Good morning and a warm welcome here to the Rangiri Dambulla International Stadium. It's looking beautiful as always. You could see the mountain range in the background and the ground looking fabulous and ready and set to go for this. As always, you could see the mountain range in the background and the ground looking fabulous and ready and set to go for this all important series. Yes, as we know, we are here for the Sri Lanka women A-team taking on the New Zealand women's A-team in this series, which is comprising of 3 limited over games, 50 over games, and 3 T20 games, all to be played here at the Dambulla Rangiri International Stadium. And yes, so far it's bright and sunny this morning. As you see the weather, it hasn't been good though over the last few days. There has been a lot of cloud cover. There has been rain in the afternoon towards the evening of the day, and we hope that the weather will stay good today right throughout, so that we could have a complete and a full game here today, because it's very important for these two teams who are here. They're trying out a lot of players, a lot of young players in the lineup as well for both the teams, with a mix of experienced players. So it's a very, very important series for the development of women's cricket for both the countries, and the New Zealand side, I'm sure, is already and set to go. Well, Gamini Pereira is out there, and let's take a look at what's on offer on the surface.
Good morning, everyone. Funny all morning here at Dambulla. Considering the amount of rain we've had over the last 24 hours, ground staff, Menaka, headed by Menaka Subasinghe, have done a tremendous job to get this ground up to where it is. As always, they've got a very good staff, and they have lived up to their expectations. 60-yard boundary. There is some rain in the horizon in terms of overhead conditions, but let's hope that the weather gods will stay away for a good game of cricket. Right, let's have a look at this most important pitch. Well, for a white ball cricket game, quite hard, a lot of heavy rolling has been done, 2 mils of grass. That's what you expect, because people come to see runs and they've given exactly what they want. Not a lot of turn for the spinners. It'll be hard work, but what are you going to do when you win the toss? Well, to the naked eye it looks a good pitch to bat on, but definitely the weather conditions will be taken into consideration. I'll say bat first and get runs on the board, but when you make that decision, the weather will be in the back of your mind.
Well, that was Gamini Pereira out there in the center. And like he says, you have to consider the weather in the latter part of the day. Won't be surprised with the teams that win the toss might decide to bat first, runs on the board. But overall, it looks a very good wicket here at the Dambulla International Stadium. Well, Iran was down there with the two captains for the toss.
It's toss time here at the Rangiri Dambulla International Stadium in the heart of this beautiful island. Two power pack teams who are all set to take on each other in this first one-day game here at Dambulla. Right then, I have the two skippers with me, Satya Sandipani from Sri Lanka, Jess Watkin from New Zealand, and our standing match official for the day, Vanessa De Silva. Satya will spin the coin for us. Tails is the call. Heads it is. Satya, you won the toss. What are you going to do here first today?
Today climate and pitch, we decide to bat first. They asked a good batsman in my team. Because of this, a lot of runs and give a good match today.
First game of the series. How are the girls prepared?
My team is good prepared in the team. Today good game.
With the weather conditions around, what's the score that you're looking at?
190 and 200.
Thank you very much and good luck for today's game. Jess, are you happy with the decision of bowling first on this surface here today?
Yeah, definitely. We're happy either way, so we're just happy to get out there and get together as a group.
Coming down to the subcontinental conditions, how are the girls prepared for this first game? Probably nerves running in?
Yeah, definitely. I think back home it's wet weather, so it's been really hard to train to these conditions. But I think, yeah, the last 4 or 5 days we've had over here have been amazing, so we're definitely ready for today.
What's the total you're trying to restrict the home team today?
Oh, to be honest, we don't really know what's the past score here. I think there's a bit of weather around the pitches. looking good, it's used, and then also the outfield's a little bit damp, so we're not really sure what a pass score is at the moment, but we'll assess it as we get started.
Thank you very much and good luck for today's game.
Thank you.
Right, then the news from the centre is that the women in blue, the Sri Lanka A team, have won the toss and they will have a bat first.
So there you go, the Sri Lanka women's A team have won the toss and elected to bat first as predicted here at Dambulla. I'm sure it's going to be a very, very good game. It's a test for all these players. Lots of youngsters will be making their debut for Sri Lanka as well as New Zealand today in this A-team series, and they'll be looking forward to this challenge, no doubt. The Sri Lankan side, there's a host of under-19 players who have excelled really well in the recent past. They have got their opportunities as well, deserving opportunities at this level, at a higher level, to represent the Sri Lanka A-team. And I'm sure it's going to be a very, very good match indeed. And hopefully, as we mentioned, we'll have both the full game, both the 50 overs completed today. Well, the two teams are ready. They have done their photographs, team photographs, and they are ready for the national anthems. We'll first have the national anthem of New Zealand, followed by the national anthem of Sri Lanka.
Well, it's a glorious day here in Dambulla. RDICS looking glorious. New Zealand A women's cricket team here in the subcontinent for the first time. They will be testing their skills against a very youthful and experienced mix of players from Sri Lanka A. As you can look at, two umpires walking into the middle. Should be an exciting day of cricket. New Zealand, just as I mentioned, comprising 7 white ferns. Sri Lanka with plenty of players who have already worn national colors, and they are here to make an impression. This is a grand opportunity for both the sides, as I welcome my co-commentator Gamini Pereira into the box. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning, Damika. Good morning, everyone. Kia ora to our friends in New Zealand. Yeah, this will be a very key series when it comes to both sides, for that matter. New Zealand touring in Asia for after a very long time, and there are plenty of opportunities for the girls who have done well with the Sri Lankan under-19. So they've been rewarded to the next level, and you mentioned how 6 or 7 players have represented New Zealand at the highest level. So yeah, key series, obviously both these sides and the players and the officials for that matter will benefit from this series, no doubt.
With the amount of rain we had around the country, in Dambulla in particular, I thought ground staff has done a stellar job. Umpire Dedunidi Silva, experienced these days, plenty of international matches, and this is very exciting. We know for a fact Vishmi Gunaratne, nursing an injury, now recovered. This is ideal opportunity for her to make some runs and getting into her groove. Plenty of international assignments coming up, and just as I mentioned, youth and experience, plenty of players who have been in the scene for 5, 6, some even 10 years, and amongst them the likes of Liman Satilekaratna, Shamodi Proboda, Rashmika Sewandi, plenty of players, the expectations such high levels, and we are expecting that they deliver out there. Earlier on you were at the middle and you saw the pitch is a good one.
Yeah, it does look a good one. Like I mentioned at the pitch report, people expect runs when it comes to white ball cricket, and you've got a perfect pitch for that. Not a lot of grass, it's hard, there'll be plenty of carry and bounce. I mean, you got to give credit to and take your hats off to the ground staff. With all the torrential rains that we've had over the last 24 hours, it's just looks an absolute picture here at Rangiri Stadium. And like I mentioned, to the naked eye, it looks a good pitch to bat on, but yeah, no doubt they'll be having a close eye what's going to transpire in the afternoon. And you mentioned about Vishmi Gunaratne. I had a chat with her this morning. You know, it's no matter how good you are, when you have an injury and when you come back, I mean, you got to climb a mountain really and find your form. There's nothing like match practice out there in the middle. So she has done her hard work inside the nets, but yeah, to get back into that her primary position in that national team, this will be the ideal platform.
But at the same time, for young players like Sanjana Kavindi to be around her and opening together with such an experienced player, it's all part of the learning curve. First delivery is about to come your way. This live coverage, we are going around the world. This live production courtesy of Talent TV. The umpire said it's time to play, and the New Zealanders, they've set such high standards when it comes to their fielding, and interestingly the wicket keeper standing up, so which is something interesting. New Zealanders almost always, you know, if there's anything on the pitch, they are great exponents to use them.
Yeah, they are very much used to playing on seaming tracks back at home, and it's a, if you can have a look at the field, it's quite a strange one too. You know, very often you see sides. I know it's a 50 over format, but looking to get a wicket or two early and apply pressure in that way. But there's no catching fielders.
About Black.
Yeah, very open action, and definitely she's getting some movement in there. Didn't have the control. Hard work for the keeper very early.
About Black, just as I mentioned, trying to use whichever they are on the pitch, this time sliding down the leg side, 2 wides. Sri Lanka definitely wouldn't mind how it comes, so without any effort, Sri Lanka off the mark. Vishnu Gunaratne, strong leg side player. Once again, she's struggling as we coming into the ground, we saw them doing those spot bowling drills out there. They were doing a fantastic job, but when you're out there in the middle in a match situation, it's a different kettle of fish altogether.
Yeah, I was wondering why they are not having any slips in place, but you can see why. She's getting considerable movement in the conventional swing. Yeah, wicketkeeper standing up near the stumps. It's hard work. The length is the key. Obviously, the line. She'll have to aim at least a set of stumps. Yeah, that's better.
Oh, good body.
Maybe another 2 inches outside the off stump. That's where she will be aiming, and Vishmi Gunaratna, a very experienced character. Now this will be interesting. Obviously, you are going to see some slips now because the left-hander is in strike. Maybe 1 or 2 fielders in catching positions. So we got 1. Cover extra point, cover extra cover mid off to go with deep third. Mid on, straightish mid wicket, and a very square long leg. Nicely played with the swing.
That one did really sound good off the bat. Sanjana Kavindi, that's her favorite area, very strong area. Emma Black with her open chested action and that whippy delivery stride, getting the ball to move inwards towards the right-hander, which we're going to run obviously very strong against those sort of deliveries, but it'll be interesting for Sanjana Kavindi. Immediately getting past the wicketkeeper and the slip. There's protection in the deep. They kept it down for just a single bye. That's a good delivery. Not too far away from the outside edge. Sanjana Kavindi going for that big booming drive. There you go.
Yes, a very brave move to come up to the stumps from the very first ball for a wicket keeper. Much better line and length from Black. Because like a batter getting used to the pitch, Dhammika, the keeper needs to get used to the pace and the bounce. So once you come up to the stumps from the word go, as it is, it's a hard task, really.
Oh, goodness.
That's more like it. In line with the stump, started off few inches outside the off stump, moving in towards the batter. In the meantime, Vishmi Gunaratna, such a strong onside player. She's capable of whipping off anything outside the off stump through mid-wicket region, through Sportylk region. So I'm sure Emma Black would make those subtle adjustments with the time. Once again, striding down the leg side, and 4 more extra runs in form of wides. It's an expensive over already, and Emma especially struggling against the right-handed batter so far. Quite a few deliveries outside the leg stump rather. There you go.
As you can see, the wicketkeeper is standing way outside the off stump. I mean, yeah, it's a difficult task. Already 10 ball first over from Black. Fuller around midland leg, and Gunaratna works it around the hips. Well, he went full over. A very long one at that. 15 for no loss. Hannah Rowe from the grandstand end. Obviously, people in Sri Lanka know a thing or two about Hannah Rowe. She's been here before. When Sri Lanka played against New Zealand 3-4 years ago, that series of T20s and 50 over cricket in Galle and back in Colombo, she was part of that team. She's got a high arm action. Tall, lanky, pacey from New Zealand. Got a bit of pace and bounce. So yeah, you are once again too straight to start with. She's got a slip in place, deep third point, cover mid off. Hint of swing towards the left-hander's pads. Nicely worked. Just tucked it behind for a single. Incidentally, that's only the second run off the bat. Sri Lanka none for 17, 14 of them are extras. Dhammika. Yes, certainly not the start that New Zealand wanted, but certainly exactly what the doctor ordered for Sri Lanka. In the previous over as well, she was batting just around that mid-lane off, looking to cover the stumps. But Tanaro is obviously, her stop ball will be leaving the right-hander's outside edge. So she doesn't want to show all three stumps. There you are, she's batting on middle stump. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Didn't try to overhit it. Just open the bottom hand, back for the second, good running too.
Always good to see good communication between the youngster and experienced. Wish me, not all by any means, still around 21, 23, but she's been in the scene for a long time, maybe played 30 plus, maybe 40 plus one days and century to her name. This is ideal opportunity for her to get into good form. Rove, just like back, it's been a struggle so far. Fuller, driven down the line. Gorgeous looking shot. Perfect piece of timing by Vishmi Gunaratne. That was there in the slot, given the right treatment. Excellent start for Sri Lanka. 23 runs already on the board. Wait till the opportunity arrives. Saw it. Look at that. High elbow. Straight down the ground and couldn't have asked for a better placement. This is excellent cricket. That's lovely. After being hit for a boundary, always test your temperament. Shorten the length just a little bit, not striving for too much of pace. Sri Lanka off to a very good start. 13.80 is the run rate, which is ideal, and just about maintain that. As long as Vishmi Gunaratne is there, I'm sure Sri Lanka would be hoping to maintain a run rate around 6-7 during the first power play. That's nicely worked away, but straight to the field at short mid-wicket region.
Yeah, so for everything she has played, I come off the middle of the bat. She doesn't look like she's had time off, has she? Amazing. Now I've seen her do some hard work. Introduced since the white ball format has been in play, but nothing better than a cover drive or a straight drive in cricket. Nicely worked. That shot indicates that's a shot that indicates it's a player in form. We'll come back to that after 2 overs, 24 for no loss.
This is a fantastic opportunity for Sanjana Kawindi to bat together with Vishmi Gunaratne. Not every day you get that opportunity. Sanjana Kawindi, having done so well in Sri Lanka under 19 set up toward Australia, they won almost everything apart from one game. Black once again. Way outside the off stump. Vishmi Gunaratne does have that tendency of facing the bat face little early and angled towards mid-on region. I'm starting to notice that technical deficiencies.
Misfield. No harm done. Yeah, how do you judge a player in form is that one is how they get used to a pitch. And she has got used to this pitch very quickly. And then the control of the hand speed or the bat speed. We've seen 3 scoring shots so far from Vishmi. 1 through the offside, opening the bat face into the gap. 1 straight drive. And that's nicely played, straight to point. Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. Yeah, that in the previous over, she worked her hands with the swing towards the leg side just to get a single. So, yeah, those are the qualities that you see in a good batter. The hand speed. This one, pitched up.
That was
straight to point.
That was screamed, beautifully timed, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. Once again, perfect Yorker length delivery to, team Vishmi. Initially shaping up for a big booming drive, late swing, just in time got the bat down. Excellent piece of bowling.
Sun is out in force. That's a good sign if you're a cricket fan, but it's very hot and muggy. Humidity is staggering 89%. Amazing, Dambulla is normally known for gusty breezes and strong winds, but there's no wind to speak of. Dot ball to finish the third. No wind to speak of. Dot ball to finish the third. 24 for no loss. Made over.
That was a fantastic over by Hannah Rowe. I mean, Emma Black, and Hannah Rowe also got a fairly decent over in play. Just cannot ask for a better line and length. Play. Just cannot ask for a better line and length. Got the height around 6 feet, if not more. So she's a type of bowler who can hit the deck hard, extract a little bit of movement, lateral movement. More you get it, better it is for you. New Zealanders, the predominant build-up of a team consists of seam bowling all-rounders. Yes, there are few spin bowlers. We saw that. And even in the squad, the likes of Shara Jaitley. Lovely hands. Beautifully worked the way towards fine leg region and gets a single. For Kavindi, not too many deliveries, but she looks calm and composed.
Yeah, we spoke about Vishmi Gunaratne. Indications are that she's here to play so far, so she'll be wanting to use this opportunity. And talk about using the opportunity, Hannah Rowe is another. She's been part of the national setup, White Ferns, for a while now, so she needs to show some significant performances for her to climb her way back into the team. There's a lot of World Cups around the corner, and yes, expectations are high. We spoke about Sadi's out. Sadi's has disappeared. Not the best seeing day for the batters, but enough light. Nicely played, straight to mid-on. Let's see whether we can have a look at this Hannah Rowe's run-up. It's nice. Short steps, accelerating, rhythmic. Arms moving by the side. And advantage she has is she's got a good wrist snap for a tall, fast bowler. So she's definitely going to get some bounce.
That's what it right, definitely. There you go. Oh, driven straight at the stumps. I thought the set of stumps, doing a favor. for the New Zealanders fielders. That was timed beautifully. That was heading towards the boundary. Take a look at it. Lovely piece of timing.
Yeah, that had 4 written all over it. So this is why, Dhammika, I tell you, when the coach says play straight, I say don't play straight. Play in the V. If you play straight, you're going to hit the stumps. Again, thrusting that fuller length from Hanaro. Much better over this.
Both the bowlers now having considered too many wides and considered too many boundaries. Now slowly but steadily settling into good lines and length. You've spoken about her bowling action. Reminds me of Chris Martin, who used to play for New Zealanders a couple of decades back. Another tall bowler. Oh, lovely, but straight to the fielder on 2 occasions now. Vishmi came up with beautiful drives on the offside, but straight to the fielder. Fairly decent over under the circumstances, 26 for no loss. Emma Black is a sort of a bowler who's relying on lateral movement in the air of the pitch. Once again, the wicketkeeper staying up. Is that the right technique against the left-handed batter? Maybe. I got it right. That ever-present movement for Emma Black outside the off stump. On that occasion, I thought Sanjana Kavindi well read.
Yeah, difference is she's coming around the wicket now. When you get conventional swing away from the left-hander's outside edge, when you come around the wicket, the batter will have to guard the line as well as the swing. That's a good delivery to start with. Once again, another good one. I think she might need another slip now that she has found the spot. That's perfect area, that last 2 deliveries.
Couldn't have asked for a better line and length against left-handed batter. Slip fielder was a little wide. Wouldn't be a bad idea, just as you mentioned, bringing in another slip fielder. Predominantly offside field. Emma Black in good rhythm now. Worked away beautifully. Around too many fielders on the onside. Ball holds up inside the boundary, exchanging in for a couple of runs. Nicely played by Sanjana Kavindi. She looks good now. Sri Lanka, after those 2 overs, slow down a touch, but I like the composure by both the batters. That'll do it. Playing each delivery on its merit, getting behind the line of the delivery, well read the length. Kavindi, very promising young talent. Someone who's capable of scoring runs. Very quick time if needed. Now, plenty of refining. When we've seen her for the first time, pretty raw. That's nice, sounded really nice off the blade. No stopping. That's a boundary. Best shot of the day for me.
Yeah, key was the placement. Not only the timing. Have a look at this one, how she opens the bottom hand to get that bat. Oh, wow. That's out of the top draw. Bending the front knee just to get close to the delivery. Gee, she's showing some good hands, isn't she? Kavindi looks a very strong offside player. Both the batters are on 8 now. Good comeback from Black. Dot ball to finish the 5th over, 32 for no loss.
Very pleasant day. Ground looks nice, and we extend the invitation to all the cricket lovers who are in and around Dambulla. This is the future of Sri Lanka women's cricket in action against New Zealand. A very strong team on paper. It's just about showcasing your skill set in foreign conditions. That's a pull shot. Didn't get hold of that one, and the outfield around that area little soggy. As a result, Vishnu Gunaratne only managing to get a couple. Didn't time it all that well. Just maybe try to hit it too hard, and as a result, only a couple instead of a boundary. But they'll take that whichever way it comes.
Yeah, for the very first time, we are seeing Hannah Rowe looking to change the length around that 10-meter mark. Yeah, like you mentioned, Dhammika wasn't off the middle of the bat, but she'll still pick up a couple. Over the top. As you can see, it's like a... Oh, I'll tell you what, it's closer than you think. That's a very good throw by the skipper. Kavindi had to put in the dive. Yeah. I think it's closer than you think. It's a very good throw. Umpire Boteju has called for the TV umpire.
On replay, please. Just take it back. Take it back. Okay, I am satisfied. But well inside the crease when the wicket is broken. Please focus the light. My decision is not out. Repeat, not out.
Well, Kamini, that was a close escape. Little better throw. Sanjana Kavindi would have been struggling. That was very closer than we thought. We initially thought Sanjana Kavindi quite comfortably got in. Wasn't the case. Good piece of fielding down in the deep.
Yeah, these New Zealand girls, they've got strong arms. I don't think Kavindi expected that throw to come in that quickly. Nicely punched. Well, not what you expected at this level. Just took her eyes off the ball. Well, that shot deserved some runs, but not in that manner.
Definitely not. New Zealanders set such higher standards when it comes to their fielding. Straight into her, just maybe the awkward bounce. That'll give us a better idea. Not getting her body behind the line of the delivery. That's the mistake. Sri Lanka will take that perfect piece of timing. A fuller delivery goes aerial, and that was very, very close. I think a drop chance.
Yeah, definitely a drop chance. Hannah Rowe pays off, rolling her fingers over the seam. Vishnu Gunaratne was too early to the shot. Well, 9 times out of 10, you would expect that catch to be taken. Nicely bowled. The off-cutter. Well, a forgetful morning so far for the New Zealand girls. Missed fields, missed catches, ill-directed deliveries. 41 already. Wide? No, it won't be a wide. Just inside those blue tram lines. Once again, shorter length from Hannah Rowe. 7.03 the run rate, Dhammika.
They can maintain that. I'm thinking Sri Lanka will definitely have the upper hand. But New Zealand, in comparison to first 2 overs, bowlers got their act together, but in the field, that previous drop chance will be costly, I can tell you. Nicely played away on the onside, straight to the fielder. Both the batters timing their shots perfectly well. Fairly decent over for the Sri Lankans after 6, 41 for no loss. partnership is developing. Currently 41 unbroken. New Zealand created opportunities not taken. How costly will it be? We'll find answers soon enough. Wish me on to 17. Kavindi looks good. Things looking up for Sri Lanka. Project the scores at this stage 342. If they get anything beyond 280, I can tell you that's a winning score. 240 would be the par score. Punch off the front foot straight to the fielder. Vishnu Gunaratne play that shot particularly well through extra cover region. Now, on 2 occasions, timed it, 2 perfectly timed the shots. And apart from that missed boundary as a result of a misfield, she's been doing really well. Black. Just as I mentioned, inner part of the bat. Trying to hit it too hard. Closing the bat face, touch early. Luckily, wasn't in the air.
Yeah, look at this one. The intention was to go straight, but just took her eyes off at the last second or so. Ideally, you need to keep your head forward when you want to play through the line. Yeah. Oh, well kept this time. We've seen 3 or 4 times today the keeper missing down the leg side. Yeah, Vishmi is a very strong player on the front foot. At times, he's been troubled by the short one. I've seen that. We saw a miss hit in the previous over of Hannah Rowe. But she, front foot, she's going to play it 24/7. Very strong. Slower ball once again. Just inches short of that mid-on field.
Instead of playing through the line, playing straight, closes the bat face. That was another very close one. Not a chance. Slower delivery, well disguised, almost paid dividends. New Zealanders slowly but surely getting their act together. Once again, straight to the fielder. Vishmi been on strike for 27 deliveries in comparison to Kavindi, just 13 deliveries. Ideal at this stage. Experience and timed few lovely shots already, a couple of boundaries. Black, this is I mentioned, apart from that first over, doing a pretty decent job. Way outside the off stump once again. You saw that one, Gamini, way outside the off stump, couple of feet outside the off stump, still the bat face closes.
Yeah, because it was so wide, she had to use the bottom hand. It's very difficult to play wider ones with your top hand. You need to extend your bottom hand to play the wider ones. Final delivery. Beautifully punched, and she got the gap. That's another tremendous shot off the front foot. All along the ground. Even with all these rain, because still the outfield will give you enough value for your shot. So boundary of the last delivery. Sri Lanka is in a very good position. 46 for no loss after 7.
So 46 without loss after 7 overs. Sri Lanka women's A team electing to bat first here at the Rangiri Dambula International Stadium. The first game of this series, Sri Lanka women's A team versus the New Zealand women's A team. A very good morning to all those viewers who are joining us wherever you are, whichever part of the world you are, especially if you're watching from New Zealand. Hope you are all enjoying the game. It's the latter part of the day there. And of course, we're coming to you here on several platforms around Sri Lanka and across the world as well. So we have Jet Li, who's been given the ball. He's pulling some right arm off spin. Interesting run up there. And that's a no ball. She's overstepped. So umpire Hemantha Botejo signals the free hit. First delivery. Now this is an opportunity to the free score in Sanjana to get going. Yeah, that's a big one. Big no ball. Clearly overstepping there. We'll take a look at that. Comes down the track. A big swing across the line. Misses it completely. Trying to overhit that one. Trying to power it away. As we say, a very good morning to Eran, who is just joined us in the com box.
Very good morning, Ricky. Well, Sanjana Kavindi, the left-hand batter, the aggressive opening batter for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, she's a very good talent. Still very young in age. Still in the under-19s. Came through the ranks, playing a lot of good school cricket. Then selected for the Sri Lanka under-19s over the last couple of years. She's been a real star for them. Powerful left-hander, top of the order. It's great to see her getting the opportunity at this A-team level. And along with Wishmi Gunaratne, now she's a very good player. Has played a lot of games for Sri Lanka in T20 formats, in the 50-over formats. Has lost her way a bit in the last few months, last couple of series. Been out of form, injuries as well. And looking to find that form back. So she's here in this series as well. But one of the brightest prospects for Sri Lanka, Wishmi Gunaratne. They're off to a very good start, Aaron.
Indeed, 48 runs on the board after 7.3 overs. The two opening batters, they're looking quite comfortable, settled in, especially Wishmi and Kavindi.
So Jet Li represents the Wellington Blaze down there in New Zealand in the women's tournaments.
Lovely run-up, isn't it, Ricky? Look at the action, a little bit of jump and a pause. She looks very nice to the eyes with her jump and that pause. There you go, a little bit of jump.
Yeah, more than a jump, it's like sort of she raises her right knee on just before delivery point. Umpires Hemantha Botejo and Deiduna De Silva out there officiating in the center. Chandrika Amarasinghe is our TV umpire for today. Asanka Nayanekara is the fourth umpire, and Vanessa De Silva is the match referee. They are the team in charge of this one-day series. As the next one has been put away, you cannot bowl there to carve in the outside the off-stump shot. She'll punish you all day. She's a really good player through the offside.
Very nicely done by Sanjana Kavindi. 50 up on the board for Sri Lanka. Look at that shot. Wide outside the off-stump. Sanjana Kavindi, she didn't really require second invitations. Punched it off the back foot. Fast outfield. Yes, there was a little rain last evening, but still the ball having enough legs. 8 overs done. 53 without loss.
Well, yeah, we haven't had the bright blue skies yet here. There has been a lot of rain over the last few days. In the evening, afternoon to evening, today as well. It's so far so good. It's a bit grayish, no bright blue skies, but we're hoping the weather will stay good, that we'll have a full day's cricket. So Kaylee Knight is going to operate. She's been given the ball. Plays for the Northern Brave down in New Zealand. So New Zealand ringing the bowling changes here quite quickly. So the skipper ringing in those changes. So Jess Watkin, the skipper, also from Northern Brave, bringing in the changes. She must be knowing how well about Knight and what she's capable of playing together out there in New Zealand. Good rotation of the strike, good run in between the wickets. Vishmi Gunaratna, she's generally very quick, young legs. So is Kavindi. Vishmi Gunaratna, more technically correct player. You'll see some nice shots from Kavindi. Other hand, uses a lot of power, a lot of bottom hand, likes to go over the infield. A good combination, right hand, left hand combination. Yeah, two different sort of players opening for Sri Lanka. A run. We'll discuss that after this delivery. A change in the field once again. Third man has gone square. Beautifully bowled, coming round the wicket, angling it into the left hander, just holding his line on the way to the wicket keeper.
A lovely delivery to Sanjana Kavindi. There you go. Just holding its line. Sanjana Kavindi probably getting squared up a little bit. But talking about the combination, the two opening batters, they really handled the situation well. Just making sure they're playing according to the conditions, trying to get an idea how the New Zealand bowlers looks like.
A bit of an inside edge, looking to drive on the up. She generally likes to play on the up, but trying to go over mid-off. Is not afraid to hit the ball in the air. This is interesting. It's going to be a real test for the New Zealanders here, no doubt about it. A lot of players making their debut as well on this tour with a mix of experienced campaigners. That's close, that's close. Was it doing too much? Probably slipping down the leg side. I think the angle there, she's coming very wide off that return crease. And that is will always create that doubt in the umpire's mind.
Well, not very sure if that was the right shot selection. Trying to play across the line. As you did mention, Ricky, probably doing a little bit too much down the leg side, angling it in towards the left-hand batter. But Sanjana Kavindi is usually a very aggressive batter. She has been a little bit calm and quiet today.
That's down the leg side. That got a bit of bat. That's going to be 4 runs. The wicket keeper couldn't get a hand to that one. Fine leg in the circle. That was not a good delivery. Got inside the line, looking to play it. Got a faint nick on that one. And 4 runs.
Well, lucky there for Sanjana Kavindi. There you go. She just didn't time the jump right. She should have done better. Sanjana Kavindi, she's living out there very dangerously.
Yeah, that should have been taken. You feel very close. There you go. The wicket keeper just failing to judge that catch. But that was, at this level, you feel that that was another opportunity that should have been taken. This is called wide. Going back to Sanjana Kavindi, she changed her stance a bit over the last 2 years. When she first played for Sri Lanka under-19, she used to get out a lot of LBW because she used to get a front pad in the way and looking to play through the onside. But now you could see the subtle changes working with the coaches, a more open stance. So 5 runs or 6 runs off that over, including the wide. It's a 59 without loss. So this is a very good start. New Zealand need to drag it back.
Well, talking about Sanjana Kavindi, she's from Devapathiraj Vidyalaya in Ratkama. A very talented young player. Many players have been introduced from this college, the Devapathiraj Vidyalaya in Ratkama. many players from the under-19 Sri Lanka women's team, originally from the Devapatiraja College. Vishmi Gunaratne, on the other hand, currently facing against Shetley, looks calm and quiet, happy to defend off those good deliveries and looking to put up a decent partnership.
Too short, but gets away with it gently. Behind the stumps is wicketkeeper Kate Gaggin from Central Hines, New Zealand. Today for Sri Lanka, three are making their debut in this format for Sri Lanka women's A team in the 50-over format. Vimoksha Balasuriya is one, and the other is Limansa Tilakaratne, and the under-19 skipper Chamodi as well making their 50-over debut for Sri Lanka A. And also Jetley is making a debut for New Zealand as well. Toss couldn't get it away. Back to the bowler. It's at the end of the over. Do we have one more delivery left, Aaron?
Vishmi Gunaratne, originally from the Ratnavali Balika Vidyalaya, 20 years of age, two young batters out there in the middle. It has been a good over so far. 5 dot deliveries on the trot by Jetley. She's bowling it really slow, giving the ball that opportunity to bite off the surface.
Yeah, dot ball to finish off. 10 overs done, 59 without loss.
Right, then we are done with the power play. Sri Lanka 59 runs without losing a wicket. The two opening batters, they have looked solid out there. A couple of chances going down though. Sanjana Kavindi and Vishmi Gunaratne putting up a decent partnership. There you go. Umpire signalling the second power play. So now the New Zealanders will have the liberty of having a few more fielders outside the 30-yard circle. But the important fact is, especially in these conditions, the subcontinental conditions, they need to try and grab every opportunity that comes their way.
Yeah, Knight continues, foolish delivery. She's pulling round the wicket to the left hand, targeting the stumps. Slightly unlucky in the last over that nicked down the leg side. The wicketkeeper couldn't probably sight it, couldn't get her gloves to it. So as I mentioned, for Sri Lanka, 3 debutants at Sri Lanka A at this level, at the 50-over level. Vimoksha Balasuriya, Limansa Tilakaratne and Chamodi Prabodha, Sri Lanka under-19 captain, making their debuts as well. And Kaylee Knight from the Northern Brave, she's making her debut as well here for New Zealand A. We saw Jetley making a debut, and now it's Knight. So all these players getting the opportunities. Beautifully bowled. Plays it well. Just angling the bat to get a single. Kavindi adjusted to that quickly. Dropped her hands and kept it safely away.
Yeah, good to see that bounce off the surface. Knight, she is a tall bowler, so she's trying to get a little bit of bounce off the surface, but Sanjana Kavindi, she really negotiated that well, made sure that she kept it away from the wicket keeper. Now this is an important passage of play, especially from the 10th to the 25th over. The New Zealanders, they will look to grab a wicket or two very quickly because they can't let this partnership grow up too much. Already 60 runs put up by these batters of 64 deliveries. So they need to try and break the partnership. But more importantly, they can't afford to let go any chance that come their way.
Down the leg side will be called a wide. She goes up and that's given out, in fact. There was a faint nick onto that one. Umpire Dedunu De Silva raises a finger. And Vishmi Gunaratne has to walk back to the pavilion, strangle down the leg side. Knight picks up the first wicket for New Zealand A, the first wicket on this tour to Sri Lanka. Disappointedly walks back.
Well, look at that delivery. That surely was not a delivery to grab a wicket. But this is what I was talking about. They need to try and grab every opportunity that comes by their way. Vishmi Gunaratne, how unfortunate that was. She looked very good for her 23 runs of 39 deliveries. But she will have to make that long back to the pavilion. 60 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket.
So we have another left-hander walk in. It's Vimoksha Balasurya, who is coming to bat, debutant for Sri Lanka A. Another very good young player. Has lots of promise. Has delivered at the under-19 level. And it's good to see her here batting at number 3. That's another good delivery. First up, I like what Knight is offering. She's coming round the wicket to the left-handers. And she's just angling it away into them and trying to get it to nip away. And that last one, yeah, a bit of luck going away down the leg side. Another wicket-taking delivery. And Vishmi Gunaratne will be very, very unhappy for nicking that one. Shot outside the off stump. Lets it go through. So wicket taken over. Just a 1 run and a wicket tonight. 11 done, 60 for 1. So Jet Li will continue. These two bowlers, Knight and Jet Li, have been able to put a bit of stranglehold, bring down that run rate. They bowled a few dot deliveries. There was a maiden over as well in between. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, the two on the boundary on the leg side. There is an orthodox mid wicket and a mid on. In 2 minds, whether to play, whether to leave. Kavindi, I think she was unsure whether to come down the track or whether to go on the back foot as well. At the end, at the last moment, taking a bat away, very close.
There you go. This is what I was talking about. Jet Li giving it a lot of air, but Sanjana Kavindi, she was wise enough to leave it alone. That was way away from the bat. A very good decision by the umpire.
That's a 2 shot. This time it's put away through the offside. The fielder does well to keep it in play. There might be a referral to the third umpire to check the boundary line.
Rolling forward. Rolling forward. Rolling forward. Okay, I'm satisfied. Runs.
That was brilliant stuff. Brilliant in the field. Knight out there have just bowled an over and on the boundary. Saves 4 runs or saves 2 runs. Keep it down to 2. Oh, goes for the paddle sweep. That was a risky shot. Taking it from off stump. But gets another couple of runs.
Well, this is the Sanjana Kavindi that I used to know. She used to play those cheeky little shots. She'll try to put you away as a bowler. But being a 50-over game, try and play that long innings. Give yourself a chance. Jet Li, she's looking a bit threatening at the moment, figuring out what the speed she needs to be bowling.
She's getting a bit of turn early here. There was a couple of deliveries, as you saw. Even the one that was hit to through the offside, there was a bit of turn. And the one that Kavindi left earlier on. Now that went straight through. Maybe that is one of the reasons Sri Lanka decided to bat first, because their spinners will come into play later on in the day. 4 runs off that over, 12 done, 64 for 1. So Knight will continue around the wicket. Clipped away through the onside. Balasuriya is off the mark, and that will be 4 runs. That's a sweetly timed. With the angle coming into her pads. She didn't need to really hit it too hard. All she needed was find the gap, and that was 4 runs all the way.
That was a beautiful looking shot from Vimoksha Balasuriya. Angling it in towards the left-hand batter. Beautiful wrist work. There you go. She just manages to pierce that gap and keep the reins aside. The ground staff has done a fabulous work.
That's a beauty. What a comeback by Knight. Castle's Balasuriya. The earlier one was full on leg stump. This time dragging a length back. Vimoksha Balasuriya was on the back foot. And through the gap there. Did she get a bit of an inside edge also? We'll have to take a look at it.
Beautiful delivery. Pitching in line with the off stump and just angling it in towards the left-hand batter. Castle, Vimoksha Balasuriya, after a glorious on drive, she will have to make her way back to the pavilion for 4 runs. Sri Lanka, 68 for 2.
So the new batter is Sumudu Nisansala. She's also the designated wicket keeper in this lineup, coming in at number 4. Another player that has come up through the ranks, playing under 19 cricket, now elevated to Sri Lanka A. Another good delivery. Knight has really brought back New Zealand into this game with these 2 wickets. She's bowled good lines, good lengths. And that last one, she should have played that on the front foot, went on the back foot, Balasuriya, and right through the gate there. Came back at her from that angle. Brilliantly bowled. Richly deserves these 2 breakthroughs.
Beautiful delivery. The point there was she got a little bit of late movement inwards toward the left-hand batter. That was really the undoing for Vimoksha.
She's moving that ball both ways. If you take a look, Aaron. Now we saw that earlier on she got into basically to straighten up at the left-handers, and like you mentioned, that last one came into the left-hander, and this last delivery, a bit of swing. It's called a wide, but it was swinging away from the right-hander. So Knight definitely is getting a bit of movement off the surface, and what is good is that the sun has come out. It's much brighter now, breaking through those greyish clouds. And this is what we want to see. This is what we hope for the entire day here at Dambulla. We need a good day of cricket. These women's teams, they richly deserve it, the opportunity, playing at an international venue.
It's very important for these 2 batters now to try and put up a partnership. Sanjana Kavindi, she will hold the key for Sri Lanka.
Just short of a length. Nisansala is off the mark. It's been a good start, but the last 5 overs, most certainly, New Zealand have managed to drag it back through Knight and Jetley. Complemented each other really well, pace and spin. They haven't given any freebies away. That would be called a wide.
Trying to get it in towards the left-hand batter. She's a natural swing off the ball. There you go. Late movement. That was really the undoing for Vimoksha as well. But this time, getting it wrong. Spraying it down the leg side. But now, if you look at the body language of the New Zealand team, they're really pumped up. They managed to grab 2 wickets in a very short interval.
Again looking to tickle it down the leg side. Misses out. 13 overs done. Another successful over for Knight. It's a 71 for 2.
Now after that excellent first wicket stand, Sri Lanka losing 2 wickets. And interestingly, Kylie Knight accounting for both the dismissals. In the meantime, Jetley maintaining very good lines and lengths. Things are even Steven at this stage. Young Kavindi on 22. Jetley, the top wicket taker in their domestic competition. High on confidence. Played away really neatly. There are no fielders at deep backward Sportylk region. Nisansala picking up her first boundary. That was there to be hit, Gamini.
Yeah, not the best of starts. Short, a bit too straight, and the Sportylk was in the wrong position. With all that rain, this outfield is still very, very quick. 60-yard boundary right around. Sri Lanka have raced to 75, although they've lost 2 wickets in the last 20 minutes or so. Jetley. Yeah, that's about the length you need. Still on the slower side with a bit of moisture on the surface. But if you really put the revs on, you can get the ball to turn a bit.
And Jetley seems like a bowler who put as much reps as possible. Lovely action and getting her body behind the delivery really nicely. Plenty of effort at a delivery stride. Just like that, little shorter on that occasion. Kavindi was very keen on going for a single. No, is the call by Nisansala. Nisansala, wicket-keeper batsman. very useful always, your all-round prowess. Be a bowler. Your all-round prowess provides value for your team. This is the first time she's representing Sri Lanka A. So wonderful opportunity for young Nisansala.
Yeah, nicely bowled. Zara Jetley, one of the stars of that last domestic season back in New Zealand. 35 wickets in all formats. Second highest wicket taker in both ODIs and T20s, the America. So yeah, she's had a good year so far. 6 for 39, her best figures. Relies a lot on turn, and you can see why. Very good wrist position. Gives a good tweak. Yeah, I think after that horrendous start early with the two paces, they were looking for good combinations. So Jetley and Knight have provided that. That's why they were able to get those 2 wickets.
That was really neatly play away towards sweep cover region and gets a single. You said it right. They put brakes on scoring. Sri Lanka were moving like a bullet train at one point. Run rate is around 7.5. But now things are under control after 14.76 for 2.
So 14 overs, 76 for 2. Kavindi, who opened the batting, 22 of 33. Jetley, slightly quicker compared to spinners. So this is Watkins, sorry. First delivery. Yeah, comparing to the other off spinner, she's slightly quicker through the air. Might be the correct speed on this slightly slower surface. Yeah, yep, definitely that's the speed that you're looking for.
With that trajectory, with that speed, Watkin definitely testing the techniques of the batter. You got to be precise with your footwork, not too much of time to go to the back foot or stretching forward. Got to figure out the trajectory of the delivery fairly quickly. Of course, not too much of turn on offer for the bowlers at this stage. There you go. Really neatly worked away. Sanjana Kavindi looks very, very good. This is an ideal opportunity. Survived a run-out scare. Apart from that, she was batting outstandingly well. Nisansala, another youngster. And looking at A-team tours, they are always excited about upcoming talent. Those two youngsters, definitely two of the brightest young talent available in the country. Lovely piece of bowling by skipper Jess Watkin. Plenty of experience, of course, already been a part of New Zealand White Ferns. Coming down the track, bit of a wild heave, no real conviction. She was under a little bit of pressure after occupying 17 deliveries. That's not the way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, the idea was to go downtown, maybe with the turnover mid-on. Now the mid-on fielder has gone back to the fence. Nicely bowled once again. Yeah, showing good control. Watkin, good over. 15 over 78 for 2. "70 minutes of play this morning. 78 for 2 after 15. Run rate just a tick over 5 runs per over, largely because of unerring accuracy that New Zealand bowlers showed early in the piece. And I think they'll be very disappointed, although 2 for 78. the inability to use the condition to their advantage, particularly that in that early piece with the two paces. But certainly they are going through a good period right now. Left arm spin, Watkins. Nice start.
Skipper bringing in more changes, realizing there is something, little bit of bounce available for the spin bowlers. New Zealand bowlers got the height advantage, though they can hit the pitch little hard with regard to seam bowlers. Now the spinners getting just a bit of bounce. Coming down the track, initially shaping up for a big whip towards the onside. Changed her mind midway through, really neatly worked away and get a single 24. I really like the way Sanjana Kawindi is constructing her innings. Someone who likes to get on with it. Someone who likes to get after the bowlers and picking up boundaries. Today, understanding the gravity of the situation, picking up singles, very pleasing to see. Once again, same line and length that was asking to be hit. Nisansala, not the sort of a player who's gonna miss out. That was spanked away for another vital boundary.
Yeah, she's gonna hit those kind of deliveries 24/7. Short down the leg side. She's a good player on the back foot, Nisansala. Yeah, every day of the week that'll be just a throwdown for her. Yeah, this is what I've been damaging in the New Zealand attack. At times they were on song, but every now and then they've offered that boundary delivery. So once again short. He's in the gap as well. Another boundary. So a couple of boundaries on the bounce for Nisansala. Yeah, don't bowl there, particularly that length.
That one got hit me written all over it. Previous delivery back of the square. This time peppers the onside, front of the square. This is good batting. Wait till the opportunity arrives. When it arrives, you got to cash in. That's the way to do it. So two vital boundaries with that little bit of momentum. The two youngsters must be feeling good about it. This time worked the way towards the deep. Sweeper does the fielding, gets a single. This is good cricket. After scoring two boundaries, time and time again, we've seen batters, go under the shell and occupying few deliveries. But this is good. Two boundaries. Next delivery gets away for a single, gets the left-hander on strike.
Yeah, one of the main ideas of traveling down to the subcontinent parts, Damika, once again, very short indeed. Very lucky to get away with just one then. Watkins starts with a forgetful over. 12 off her first over, 89 for 2 after 16.
Partnership is growing. Projected scores are good. Two youngsters looking good. Skipper occupying back of the length stuff. And Sanjana Kawindi very patiently gets off to the back foot and defended. And this is the most important part when it comes to one-day game. Whoever plays out this passage of play well enough, more or less have the chance of winning it. Worked away really nicely. Will they come back for the 7th? Yes, that'll go for a boundary. Working the angle of the delivery perfectly well. She plays that shot exceedingly well, earns another boundary. Perfect piece of timing and placement.
Yeah, more of a helping shot, wasn't it? Little bit of turn. That's probably the best ball she's bowled so far, but that goes for another boundary. Innovative shot, the paddle. He coming back to these touring teams, Damika, one of the main ideas or the aims touring to all kinds of all parts of the world is to learn the ability how to adapt in conditions. Very nicely bowled. Very similar delivery. It's amazingly show the intention of the batter. I think the wicketkeeper collected that on the helmet. So the protocols will take place.
Obviously, player safety given paramount importance. And you mentioned about tours to subcontinent. Right now, White Ferns in England playing a fully fledged series against England. And New Zealand women's cricket high performance head Liz Green, she's very excited about having another set of players. That's the replay. That one spun. Very, very interesting. Given a little bit of tweak. Given a little bit of air. Skipper. This is looking good for the spin bowlers. Immediately got it on the grill. No harm done, but we go through the protocols. In the meantime, players taken the liberty of taking some drink.
Yeah, coming back to that point, learning the ability and how to adapt, how to exploit conditions. I mean, so far what we have seen in this match, particularly the spinners, I think the lengths that they've been operating back in New Zealand, that kind of a length is okay because those wickets just seems to skid on and they're a lot more bounce. But here in Sri Lanka is a lot slower, so they need to adjust. Maybe 2 feet fuller. So we'll just take a slight break, 93 for 2.
Batting so far for Sri Lanka, excellent start. Experience, Vishmi Gunaratne, 23. She was looking good for a big one, unfortunately, out for 23. And Kavindi looks very good, 29 of 14 deliveries, few boundaries. Nisansala, couple of boundaries, and she's on 17. As we are ready to have a look at the two. Before that, we are going to have a look at the bowling so far for New Zealanders. Knight picking up both the wickets, 14 for 2. Watkins, Watkins and Jaitley bowled outstandingly well. This is how Sri Lanka lost their 2 wickets.
The wicket so far, that was very unfortunate for the batter. Caught down the leg side. Easy decision for the umpire. That was an absolute jaffer. Round the wicket, around that 4th stump, bringing both edges to play. That one just came back sharply and aiming at the sticks. It was Knight. So after the drinks break, against the left-hander, this is Watkins.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely. That delivery before the drinks break must have given herself a great deal of confidence, having seen the amount of spin and bounce. Took that one on the helmet of the wicketkeeper. So there is a little bit of bounce and spin available for the slower bowlers. Found the outer half of the bat, goes for a single. Moral victory for the skipper.
And the field that they've set, and that's a good indication of how you read the pitch. There are 2 catchers basically on either side, offside and onside. Short extra cover in a catching position, short mid-wicket. That shows us that, the slowness of the pitch. If the batter doesn't get close to the pitch of the ball, very easily you can spoon it to one of those fielders in front, but not that length. That's why. That's the other part of the coin. Knowing that the slowness of the pitch, the speed and the length, that is an important part of your learning. End of the over, number 17, 95 for 2.
Gamini, we found a nature by New Zealand bowlers. They built good amount of pressure by, getting in few good deliveries and immediately releases it with a short pitch delivery that was played away really beautifully, timed it superbly well, goes all the way for 4. That's fabulous piece of timing. Excellent sweep shot.
Yeah, nicely played. Wasn't the worst delivery around that middle stump, but the execution was the key. On the front foot. Now have a look at this one. Hands coming from above the shoulder, high to low. Yeah, everything right about that one. I think that Sportylk fielder is in the wrong position. We've seen 3 boundaries the last 2 overs or so. Much better this time on the offside. Yeah, now she's been adjusted to a better position, because quite often on these tracks, when you sweep, it goes behind the line.
Based on what we figure out so far, the track is little slower. So whenever right hand is going for sweep shot, there's a tendency of playing it finer. Once again, short. There you go. That nature, that playing pattern. After getting in few good deliveries, immediately releases it. This passage up until the 40th over will be crucial. If Sri Lanka gets enough runs, scoring around 5 and over, maybe 4.5, they will get close to 250, 260. So right now, 2 youngsters, showing some maturity.
Yeah, that single move, Sri Lankan score to 100. 2 for. Much better length. Very nicely bowled. See, now that they bowled enough bad balls, the field is all over the place. So when you bowl a good delivery like that, the supporting fielders are not there. Very easily that could have gone to first slip, but the first slip is moved to short fine leg. It's a learning curve, no doubt, to both these sides. Lot better, that one.
Your responsibility is to figure out which delivery is creating more pressure. And it's been a mixed bag for New Zealand spin bowlers as well as the fast bowlers, getting in few outstanding deliveries and mixing it up with few bad deliveries. Once again, there you go. Down the leg side, not the best piece of bowling after that outstanding delivery outside the off stump. Immediately had Sanjana Kavindi wondering whether to play outside the off stump. Releasing the pressure, not ideal. I'm sure as the tour goes on, as the match progresses, they will understand. Coming down the track, didn't time it all that well. Looks like the ball gonna hold up inside the boundary line. They will quite easily exchanging in for another couple of runs. Decent over under the circumstances. 8 runs off after 18, 103 for 2. This is the one-day part of the tournament, and we had the trophy unveiling. It was held right here yesterday. There you go, 2 captains. Wonderful part of the country, Dambulla, famous destination among cricket followers. Whenever international match is being held here, it's a packed house. Therefore, it's time for us to extend the invitation to all the cricket lovers. If it happens to be anywhere close to Dambulla, exciting game of cricket in the middle. Sri Lanka progressing really nicely. Excellent start. Bit of a jitters after 2 wickets back to back. But 2 youngsters doing outstandingly well. Knightley. That was outside the off stump. Fishing outside the off stump. And Nisansala was little tentative. Nisansala looks like a player who's strong on the onside. But when it comes to her offside stroke play, I'm starting to spot a little bit of a weakness.
And she relies heavily on her back foot shots. Doesn't really put a foot forward. Knight, a very experienced customer. Having said that, that's brilliantly punched on the offside, on the front foot. Yeah, Knight that had some experience with the White Ferns. Control is a strong point, and no doubt she has shown that to us today. Into her second spell, 4th over. Picked up both wickets to fall so far. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Bowled an absolute beauty to get that second one, didn't she?
Yes, I did right. That delivery would have got any batsman out. A Jaffa. Good piece of bowling. Little tentative. Pushing towards the line of the delivery rather than waiting for it. There you go. Once again, we have the opportunity of looking at the trophy unveiling. Both the captains looking at the possibilities, and they'll be, playing their hearts out. Very nice looking trophy. They've been given the opportunity. Lovely piece of bowling. Knightley. Very awkward sort of bowlers. You never really know what sort of a length they're going to operate. One fuller, one back of a length, short pitch stuff. Not too much of pace, but Knightley, Kylie Knight is a sort of a bowler who always tests the batsman's techniques. Short pitch delivery. Played away really nicely. I thought she did well to keep it down rather than going aerial.
Yeah, it's a relatively inexperienced young bowling attack, this New Zealand side. Apart from Kelly Knight and Hannah Rowe, Knight obviously breathes life into this attack. With her control mainly. Another short delivery. At least one. And that's all they get. 19 overs completed. 105 for 2.
Think about these two squad in particular, Gamini. Both of them, both the units got, a perfect mix of experience and youth. Few under 19 players, so you obviously need players who have done it at the highest level to be at the center. That's the reason why New Zealanders as well as Sri Lankans opted for few experienced players. Gone aerial, clears the infield, bounce once. That's a perfect piece of fielding. She was committed. She knew that the ball will held up inside the boundary line. Just a couple. Nice shot though.
Yeah, I like the approach and the attitude of some of the Sri Lankan batters we've seen thus far. Mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. They aren't afraid to use their feet and take them on. Very similar delivery, nicely bowled this time, opting to stay inside the crease. Kavindi, now she's been 51 deliveries so far. Very nicely bowled. See, very often when a batter comes out of the crease and hit you over the top, bowler can think all sorts of things and try to do different things, and you can go offline and length. But two very good follow-up deliveries from Watkin after getting hit over mid-on. So now the mid-on has gone back to the circle. Unlike men's cricket, Dhammika. Oh, there is an opportunity. That's very good. Oh, oop she goes. My goodness gracious me. There's a lot of hang time, that one. Very nicely bowled. Black. I mean, I'll tell you, it looks very easy on TV screen, but white skies, white ball, not the easiest days to take an high catch. It was there for a very, very long time. Top edge. She gets under it, does the hard work. Well.
As a second opportunity dropped by New Zealand fielders, I'm also starting to wonder, the fielder wasn't really settled. She was on the move. The ball was in the air for a long time, though the fielder took a while to settle underneath. Another chance gone a-begging. Sri Lankans, they've been lucky on that count. Few catches being dropped. Kavindi on 36. I thought, seen few deliveries. Kavindi found herself under a little bit of pressure, going for a rash shot. Managing to escape. That'll do it. Play each delivery on its merit. That's a perfect off spinner. Decent over, just 4 runs off after 20, 109 for 2.
"20 overs done, Sri Lanka A, 109 for the loss of 2 wickets. Night will continue. She has been the successful bowler so far for the New Zealand girls team. But a decent little partnership between these two batters now. 41 runs of 47 deliveries. Nizansala and Kavindi. It's good to see that Nizansala has been batting well, Ricky, isn't it?
Yeah, she's grown leaps and bounds in her batting from what we first saw a couple of years ago for the Sri Lanka under-19s. She's rotating the strike well.
And there you go, once again, just playing the ball on its merit. That's what's important at this stage. Plenty of singles on offer, isn't it, Ricky? Like, plenty of real estate, lots of gaps. You can work on those singles and twos and wait for the bad delivery, wait for the odd delivery.
There you go. These were the debutants for Sri Lanka today for this Sri Lanka A team. Earlier today, Vimoksha Balasuriya getting a cap as well. And that is Rashmika Sewandi. She has played the T20 format, but making a debut in the 50-over format. A very good young all-rounder, Rashmika Sewandi, has represented the country as well in T20s. So Nelson on the board at the moment for the loss of 2 wickets. And we have Kavindi. Sanchita Kavindi is out there batting. Big happy smile. And Chamodi, the under-19 captain. Richly deserved. Still a youngster. But making a debut here today.
Well, plenty of opportunities for the youngsters. I'm really impressed about the Sri Lankan young women's team. Lots of players tapping the doors on the national selectors. Well, that's Liman Satilakaratna, the other player who received a cap today this morning. Proud moment for all these young players. 5, in fact. Well, they'll be feeling that. There you go. And that's cap number 6.
And Tarushi Shehana was the other player receiving a cap as well in this format. So yeah, a lot of youngsters getting the opportunity to show their talent, show their quality.
Loud appeal. Well, probably she got a little bit of inside edge. Well, if not, she was absolutely plumbed. Lucky there, Nizansala. Well, let's take a closer look at that again.
Yeah, definitely. A big inside edge onto pad. Looking to work that through the onside. She's been the standard bowler, no doubt about it, Knight. She's been probing. She's the one that's created the opportunities. Picking up 2 wickets on the way. It's been a very good spell.
That's a beautiful shot. Couple of fielders behind square, but brilliantly done a deep fine leg. Now that's an effort that needs a little bit of compliment. In fact, it need a little bit of extra compliment. Fabulous fielding at the boundary.
Yeah, great work. 21 done, 114 for 2.
Watkin will continue. 3 overs, 12 runs conceded so far. 46-run partnership between these two players. 21 overs done. Sanjana Kavindi goes for a big slog, but she's lucky there. Falls in no man's land, trying to play across the line. The backhand coming off the handle. Probably getting the timing wrong there, Sanjana Kavindi. She has played well, 38 of 56 deliveries. It's very important that she tries and continue. Convert this start into a big one. That's what's important. That's where the maturity stands out. 47-run partnership between the two batters. They've done the hard work after 2 wickets falling down in a short interval. So it's very important that they continue on their merry way. Gives it a lot of air. Watkin.
So Watkin, the bowler, she's done a decent job so far. Has kept things under control. Coming round the wicket.
Very watchful. They need to try and play the spinners very carefully, especially on these tracks.
Yeah, I've been very impressed though with Sanjana Kavindi as well, Iran. We'll get back to that. Pick up another single. What we have seen in the past in this format in particular is at the under 19 level, she gets off to good starts and then throws a wicket away after the power play is over. But what we have seen today is she's now batted the power play and she's continuing to go on, rotating the strike, finding the singles, hitting the odd boundary. She's shown a lot of patience and resilience in this innings. And that itself shows a lot of maturity.
Couple of steps down the ground. Nothing much of a difference though. That completes over number 22. 116 for 2.
Well, the New Zealand fielding, though, hasn't been at their best. Several drop chances. That was Vishmi Gururatne earlier on. There was a drop chance. Then this was Kavindi. That should have been taken. That went down as well. Their fielding hasn't been at their best. Their catching, in fact, hasn't been at their best. There was another one which the wicketkeeper could not get across down the leg side as well. But the ground fielding has been good. They have saved several boundaries on the boundary line, and they have been highly impressive. But can work on their catching.
Rowe will continue. Quick single. Now this is what I was talking about. Loud appeal. Looks like the umpire will have a quick look. They're coming upstairs to take a closer look at it.
Umpire referral for an out at the striker's end. Can I have a side on replay, please? Rolling forward. Just take it back, director. Rolling forward. Rolling forward. Just take it back. Okay. Okay. I'm satisfied. But I has made this ground when the wicket is broken. My decision is not out. Repeat, not out. Please focus the light.
Yeah, our TV umpire Chandrika Amarasinghe signaling as a not out. Just got a bat in time there before the bails came off. These two young players rotate in the strike well, looking for the singles.
Flicks it off the wrist, but there is protection at deep square leg. Sanjana Kavi in the past few deliveries trying to play some shots. 50-run partnership between Nizanzala and Kavindi. Now they have got off to a start. The two opening batters as well, they got off to a start, but unfortunately couldn't convert it into a big one. So now these two batters, they have spent some time out there in the middle. They have rotated the strike well. They have played their shots. So it's important to continue on this merry way. New Zealand bowlers, on the other hand, they will need to try and put a hold onto this partnership. They need to grab a wicket here.
Their most experienced bowler he's operated, Hannah Rowe. She was here with the New Zealand side a few years ago when the senior side visited Sri Lanka for a series of one-days limited over games and T20 games. So she has experience, one of those players that has experience playing in Sri Lanka, playing on subcontinental conditions. She's played, in fact, 60 international games, women's ODI games, and 47 T20 games for the White Ferns, Hannah Rowe. So she's a very experienced campaigner.
She has been very busy out there in the middle. She has been working the deliveries off her wrist quite swiftly. It's always good to see how a new batter walks out to the middle when a couple of wickets have gone down during short intervals, taking the pressure on and rotating the strike very well.
And talking about Hannah Rowe itself, she'll be looking to try and come back into the national setup. Last played a limited over game versus Sri Lanka in 2025 down in New Zealand. Her last T20 game for the White Ferns was in 2024 versus Australia. So has lost her place since then. So we'll be looking to make this tour to make a comeback as well. 23 overs done, 119 for 2.
Watkin will continue. 119 on the board. Sri Lanka cruising along at this stage. Shot and hammered off the back foot. No protection at deep mid-wicket. That'll get Nizanzala another boundary. Poor bowling though, dragged it short and gets the treatment.
Yeah, that was easy pickings. Deep in her crease. And gets it into the gap as well. Very good placement. She's been bowling a decent line and length so far, Watkin. First ball of the over drags it short. And this one, once again, slightly short. Nisansana now getting into a good rhythm here. She's done the hard work, got the measure of the surface. Goes big. Gets it into the gap as well. That's 4 more. This time taking the aerial route down on one knee. That was a very good shot. Deciding to take on Watkin. Attacking the bowler.
Slog sweep. Throwing it outside the off stump. Nisansala too good to drag it. There you go. Straight away the fielding change. The mid-on fielder drops back to long on. This is what pressure could do. This has been great execution from Nisansala. She has really taken the bowlers on. She has played that aggressive role. Completely different to how Kavindi is currently handling the situation. 39 of 59 to Sanjana.
Yeah, Jess Watkin, also experienced player, has played 6 women's ODIs for New Zealand and 9 T20 games as well. So she's that's the reason she's leading this lineup in this series. Last played for New Zealand in 2018. So came in as a youngster and since then has lost away in the national setup. But this is another good tour for her to make a comeback. 24 done, 128 for 2. The skipper Jess Watkin played as a youngster, made a debut for the White Ferns for New Zealand as a youngster at the age of 20, 8 years ago. But since then has lost away. But experienced at this level, has played a lot of games in New Zealand too.
A beautiful delivery. That really jacked back into the right-hand batter. Lucky there for Nisansala. Playing the wrong line, in fact. Take a closer look at that again.
Yeah, she was looking to work it through mid-wicket. A bit of movement into the right hand. Very tall is Hannah Rowe.
Once again, a little bit of movement. Now, Ricky, if you take a close look at how Nisansala has been batting, she is trying to be a little bit aggressive. She has tried to play some risky shots. She has taken a chance. But do you think that she need to try and continue the way that she has been batting, or maybe try and convert this start into a big one?
Definitely needs to convert it into a big one, no doubt about it. That's a good delivery once again. She's mixed it up with this over Hannah Rowe. That was fuller, wide. Nisansala failing to get back on it. Yeah, she needs to make this into a big one. She's done all the hard work like I mentioned. Now got the measure of the surface. A good partnership here, 50-run partnership as well. And she's going at a runner ball. So almost 39 of 46. So that's a good rate, good scoring rate. She's kept rotating the strike. She needs to just continue the good work.
The way that she has been batting has eased off the pressure from Sanjana Kavindi as well. Because Sanjana Kavindi, naturally an aggressive batter, she will try to play her strokes. But since Nisansala has taken the upper hand, she has played some strokes and she has rotated the strike well. That has really taken the pressure off Sanjana Kavindi's shoulders and given her that liberty to play a more free game. Beautifully flicked off the pads for another run. It has been a good over so far, just the 1 run of 5 deliveries.
Yeah, good bowling by Rowe. Bowling to the right hand, I think she prefers that. Using her height really well. Bowls at a decent pace. It's been a good run rate. They are above 5 runs per over. They need to just maintain that run rate, and that will take them to 250. We have 8 wickets in hand. Always can accelerate some good players to come.
Sanjana Kavindi, she decides to use the long handle. What a brilliant shot that was. That'll go all the way, showing her power, showing what she's capable of. Brilliantly executed.
Yeah, that's a favorite shot. I was wondering where it was all this time, and suddenly out of nowhere, there it comes. Takes on the fielders as well. That was well hit, powerfully struck. She's a powerful girl. Good ending to the over. It's 135 for 2 after 25 overs.
There you go, 67-run partnership of 76 deliveries between these two batters. Sanjana Kavindi contributing 23 runs. Now, this is what I was talking about. If you take off the 6 that she did play in her last delivery, it's just the 17 runs. So, Sumudhi Nizansala, she has done the bulk of the scoring. It's great so far between these two batters. As the players and the umpires will take a short drinks break.
Yeah, well deserved water break for both teams. Though we have had rain around for the last couple of days, it's still very hot, very humid out there in the center, and especially the New Zealand players, they will need a lot of water, drinks. This New Zealand side, A team, is coached by Brendan Donkers. He's the Canterbury men's assistant coach. Alongside him is Northern Braves women's head coach Peter Boren, and New Zealand cricket's pathway coach Sarah Maglation assisting them as well. So strong unit here, coaching unit with this New Zealand A team to Sri Lanka as well. Sri Lanka coached by Sampath Pereira, the Sri Lanka A team. Gayan Vijay, former Sri Lanka national cricketer, assisting him. Comes down the track. Uses her feet, but doesn't get the distance, only the height. Out she goes. Kavindi straight after the drinks break. Probably just a bit of loss of concentration. Deciding to take on the off spinner. The idea was correct, but the execution went all wrong. And it was a simple catch at the end. So Jet Li deservedly picks up a wicket.
Well, Sanjana Kavindi losing her calm for a moment, trying to go down the track. The mid-off fielder inside the circle. But the important fact is I need to have a replay of Jet Li. She showed some skills which we need to look at it again. Probably our production team will give us the opportunity to take a closer look at that again. Sanjana Kavindi departs for 45 of 61 deliveries. 136 for 3.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that wicket again. Well, our colleague Iran is a close follow of Jet Li, and he has spotted something after she took that wicket. Piyumi Vatsala is out there, right-handed batter. Taking guard. So wicket against a run of play for New Zealand, and they'll be thrilled.
Well, that was a beautiful delivery again. This is what I was talking about, Sanjana Kavindi. She looked really good. Now take a look at this. Well, that's the catch. Let's see if he could... Nah, not on that replay. There you go. That's a move.
See, I was spot on. Iran has spotted that somersault. There you go, indeed. And I'm sure we are going to see a lot more of Jet Li doing that when she picks up wickets in this tour. She's been highly impressive so far.
Yeah, she has really identified how the surface is behaving at the moment, and she has given it a lot of air. She hasn't really rushed through. She has given the opportunity for the ball to talk off the surface. She has handled it smart so far into a 5th over. And more importantly, she managed to break that partnership, especially the big wicket of Sanjana Kavindi. This has been a fabulous over so far. Just the 1 run, managing to grab that important wicket as well. Oh, that was a poor delivery. That was not required. Trying to fire it down. The short fine leg fielder probably getting a little bit of hand on its way. Just a couple of runs. A successful over for Jet Li comes to an end. 26 overs done. 138 for 3.
So good breakthrough, that one. This will once again probably slow down the run rate a bit until Piyumi Vatsala gets going.
It's an important wicket for the New Zealanders, especially grabbing the wicket at a crucial time, and the big wicket of Sanjana Kavindi, the opening batter. She can be very destructive if she had continued and built up a bigger innings, because she was eyeing for those big shots during the last 15 to 20 minutes. So probably she was getting into her rhythm. So they managed to break the partnership at a very crucial stage. Good comeback by the New Zealanders though.
Yeah, Piyumi Vatsala has a bit of experience playing at the higher level. Now this is where the Sri Lanka A team has to be careful, especially Nisansala. She's lost her partner. She cannot afford to give her wicket away. She has to make sure that she bats for a longer period. And Nisansala, she's the one that said she's in. She needs to continue the good work, because it will take some time for Piyumi Vatsala to get going. So they cannot afford to lose wickets in clutters. You know, they need to now once again build up another partnership.
Trying to cut outside the off stump, loud appeal. This is good. They're adding the pressure. Well, they're asking the question. Probably the New Zealand players were a little bit interested as they did see Pumi making a small walk, but probably she just wanted to get herself settled in.
Yeah, very close to the bat. They thought they heard something.
Yeah, very close to the bat, but a very good decision once again by the umpire. They've been brilliant out there in the bill. Not an easy job. Lots of hard work put in. As you did mention, Rick, it's very important that Nisansala, she needs to try and hold the innings together. Couple of wickets falling at 60 and 68 in very short intervals, but then a nice little partnership between Sanjana Kavindi and Nisansala. The New Zealanders managing to break through. Very important. The first game of the series. Stay positive. They're on the charge. A catching shot mid-wicket fielder. This is good. Very good from the New Zealand fielders and the skipper. They're on the charge. If you take a closer look at their body language right now, they're pumped up. They're looking for that extra bonus wicket, which will be very crucial if they could grab one at this stage.
Piyama Vatsala has played 4 women's ODIs for Sri Lanka. So she's played at a higher level. Last played in 2025 versus South Africa as well. So she has the experience and need to use all that experience in this innings. 27 overs are done. It's 140 for 3.
Here's another look. 3 stumps doing a favor for New Zealand fielders. Non-striker was inside. Sri Lanka still got a fairly long distance to go. 23 overs remaining. Waiver delivery, lets it go. It was the right decision. Way too far outside the off stump. Gamini. Had Sanjana Kavindi stayed for a little longer, things would have been even better. Now, little inexperience. Sri Lanka middle order will be tested.
Yeah, it's a mighty important period for both sides, for that matter. New Zealand can easily stroll back into this game after that little opening. There was a very close call behind a field in that last over. Jetli, full toss, nicely played. Yeah, save your legs, girl. You don't need to run for that.
It's one thing you're getting a full toss scoring opportunity, and one thing you're put away for that. And Pumi Vatsala, experienced player for ODIs, not the sort of a player who's going to miss out. I think what he did well out there was to decided to go straighter. Both the fielders inside the 30-yard circle at mid-on and mid-off. So perfect piece of placement. Once again going towards the same direction. This time fielder is in the deep. Should only be a single.
Yeah, good cricket that. After getting a boundary in the previous delivery. Not many batters, when you use your feet and get a boundary, that you trust your skills to do the same thing in the very next ball. But she did. But this time she controlled the shot. Too long on for a single. Oh, fuller length. Very lucky. Quicker delivery from Jetli.
One thing is for certain, Jetli likes picking up wickets. During the previous season in New Zealand domestic women's series, she came up with her best bowling figures. 6 for 39 if I'm not mistaken. So she's someone who enjoys picking up wicket. Clearly demonstrated with that somersault as a part of a celebration.
Yeah, how good was that?
Must have been a gymnast.
Yeah, she'll enjoy the conditions in subcontinent. Most of the spinners do, for that matter. Once again, nicely bowled. At the very last second, squeezed it out. Good finish for Jet Li. 2 dot balls to finish. 28 done, 147 for 3.
That one, if I'm not mistaken, went on to touch the stumps. Take a look at it. Of the inner part of the bat onto the pads, then rolled onto the stumps. Very fortunate. There you go. Bails in the groove. She stays. Nisansala. Lucky break.
It just shows how hard those wickets been put on the ground. Goodness gracious me. How did that bail in? Near opportunity there for the New Zealanders to pick up their 4th. Black back into the second spell. Yeah, she will be very disappointed with the first spell. Didn't have the control. So, what? This is 28 overs, so new ball from either side. So this ball is 14 overs old. She's not going to get the same inward swing that she got in the first over. Slightly slower. Wicketkeeper Kate is up to the stumps.
With her open-chested bowling action, she gets that prodigious inward movement towards the batsman, especially for the right-handers. She enjoyed bowling against, but the start wasn't a good one. Straying few deliveries down the leg side. Now, having figured out the right line and length, she looks a different bowler altogether. Applying great deal of pressure, getting few good deliveries in, stem the flow of runs. But the mistakes New Zealanders made time and time again was after few good deliveries, after few good overs, they almost always given freebies. That's a sharp in-swinger. Piomi was shaping up for a punch off the back foot. Adjusted her bat right at the nick of time.
Yeah, Black from the Otago Sparks. Yeah, because of a front-on action and the leg cutting release, that's natural inward swing towards the right-hander. Yeah, these days, Dambika back in New Zealand, Super Rugby is on. All 5 New Zealand teams got a chance of making the playoffs. Otago, where she's from, Black. Otago Highlanders, they're right up there in the ladder.
We got someone sitting next to
Up
me.
and gone.
Just as you mentioned, excellent slower delivery. Just cannot ask for a better, well-disguised slower delivery. She was bowling well. Apart from that first couple of overs, deservedly so picks up her first wicket. Taken her 4.5 overs, but she'll take that.
Well, a comfortable catch for Hannah Roach, who was fielding at mid-wicket. Will this be the opening that the New Zealanders are looking for? Vatsala goes for 8 of 16 deliveries, strike rate 50, 148 for 4.
Well, Sri Lanka losing another scalp. Satya Sandipani leading the side into the middle. This will be a very important passage for the Sri Lankans, skipper in particular. Youngster Nisansala batting outstanding well at the other end. P.B. Vatsala should have stayed longer. That was a bit of a nothing shot. Now Satya Sandipani will be looking at the possibilities of tightening things once again. I mentioned still a very long way to go.
Yeah, like I mentioned, Damika, into the over, but this is how the last wicket fell. Once again, rolling her fingers over the seam. She was a bit too early into that shot. Will there be another twist in this game? There is a set batter out there, but Nisansala, Satya has got a big task ahead. She can't be complacent with her approach or the attitude because the set batter on the other side. She'll be looking for strike, and Satya will need to play her part to keep the scoreboard ticking, because these are middle overs, and now that a wicket has fallen, New Zealand will have a little spring in their step, trying to put the screws on. Watkins back into the attack, 2 overs 19, couldn't find her length, and Shill continues to bowl short. Yeah, let's have a look at her action too, Dhammika. I think she can brace a bit more on that front leg and get up on. There's the last wicket again. Yeah, maybe release a bit early to get that correct length. Watkins against the new batter. Slip in place. 7 fielders inside the ring. Deep square leg and deep point on the offside, the 2 sweepers. Much better length. Very nicely done. Very good anticipation.
What was Satya Sandipani was thinking? Jab that one at the slip fielder, trying to go for a single. Take a look at it. Slight fumble would have been dangerous. Putting the brakes on, last 30 deliveries yielding just 16 runs. So New Zealanders understanding the importance of consistently getting in good deliveries.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what teams you are watching. One of the most important aspects of batting in the middle overs are the dot balls. So New Zealanders are aware of it. They brought the field in, keep the new batter on strike as much as possible. And vice versa, batters will need to understand that as well. Oh, that's another very short delivery. Appeal for a LBW initially, and then for a catch. Optimistic when it comes to LBW, that pitch outside the leg stump.
Umpire Hemanta Botheju well spotted that one. Came off the top flap of the pads. Ballooned. Slip fielder taken the catch and was interested. Good piece of bowling, little bit of turn there. Satya Sandipani looks unsettled, understandably. Still only 5 deliveries. Watkins on the other hand, getting in few good deliveries. Just a single so far. They know the importance of playing out the middle passage right. Sri Lanka, I thought, lost a 1 wicket too many. Sanjana Kawindi in particular was looking outstanding. Slightly quicker delivery straight to the fielder. Yet another dot ball. Excellent over. Just a one run it rather. After 30, 149 for 4. Gavin, you take last month into account. Few New Zealand sporting teams travelling down to Sri Lanka. New Zealand A was here a few weeks back. New Zealand 85 kg rugby team was here. Now it's time for the ladies representing New Zealand A team, and they are here to make an impression. 15 strong squad. Quite a few players in good form based on their performances in domestic competitions.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the White Ferns are in UK at the minute, so obviously the think tank or the brain trust of New Zealand cricket, when it comes to women's cricket, must be using this tour as an opportunity to give some experience as well as find some players to find form. Once again, comes back off the pitch for Black. Ideally, if you're experienced enough batter, you'll be looking to cover it off stump, knowing that the ball is coming into you, and if you have the game around your hips, you might get a single all the time, depending on the length. But at the minute, Nisansala is looking to get outside the line of the delivery, which is a dangerous thing to do. This time, pummeled it down to long on.
You're right about that. Little shimmy onto the offside and covering the stumps, just maybe to take an impact outside the off stump. But she's been batting so well. Timing, outstanding. She's the one who dictating term at the middle. But unfortunately, two experienced batters not realizing the importance of being in the middle for a long period. Way outside the off stump and catches the edge. There you go. She was very, very tentative from the moment she came in. Should have been left. Instead, poking at it. Got the outside edge. Another one bites that. Skipper walks back.
Yeah, she was feeling the heat, wasn't she? 6 deliveries, that would have been a wide. But the lack of runs in the first 6 deliveries prompted her to go for that shot. Outside edge. Sandipani didn't trouble the scorers. Sri Lanka suddenly 150 for 5.
Young Liman Satilakaratne making her debut. Played outstandingly well in Australia. True all-rounder. Very useful, more than useful. Right arm leg break bowler rather. And with the bat scoring very useful runs, and Sri Lanka done outstandingly well. She's largely responsible. Here's the opportunity to prove herself. Once again, Black making that mistake of dragging one down the leg side from time to time.
Yeah, Black was very lucky. That didn't go for extra runs. Very good glove work. Both the occasions. The previous delivery, nice feet for a wicket keeper, and then collecting one down the leg side. Wow, I was just about to say new batter in. 3 wickets have fallen in the last half an hour or so. Why aren't you trying to get the new batter out? Or indicate the new batter that we are trying to get you out? Particularly the nature of a bowler that Black is. Her stock ball leaves the left-hander's outside edge. And well, she gets off the mark with a very lucky boundary. Valiant effort down there in the deep. Himansa get off the mark. First ball she faces. Well, she faced a wide ball previously, but 155 for 5 after 31. Dhammika evenly poised at the minute. One more wicket here to New Zealand. They'll have the upper hand. Sri Lankan suddenly looking for a very vital partnership in the middle.
You're right about that. Sri Lanka had the upper hand just about half an hour ago, but losing 2 quick wickets now, game hangs in the balance. Limansa, that was way outside the off stump, left it away. Nisansala under a little bit of pressure now. She's been out of strike for a while, in her 40s for a long period, I should say, 59 deliveries. Little flatter, slapped away on the onside. Pierce, the deep fielders, I mean, 2 were kept interested, but she perfectly found the gap, earns another boundary, moves to 49 runs. That's a good shot.
Yeah, welcome boundary for the Sri Lankans. She has been struggling with her length right throughout. Even the first 2 overs went for plenty. Although she has been a bit better in her second spell, still landing that ball way too short. Oh, that's another one. It's another freebie, but just a one this time. And after every delivery, you can see her wiping the ground. You know, it's very humid out there, because some of these players who come from New Zealand, Australia, England, and even South Africa for that matter, you know, when you have sweaty palms and you struggle to grip the ball, and as a spinner, you know, she's having a rag out there, isn't she, the skipper, after every delivery, telling her player, oh, that's 50 for Nisansala, that single. Very nicely played. There's some very good back foot shots in that innings. She has got in a good click too, 61 deliveries.
Absolutely. She got to make it big. And Limansa, ideal sort of a player who can keep her company. If that happens, Sri Lanka will obviously walk on to making a good score. But right now, they looks a little iffy. Thin, inexperience. I mean, something special got to give right now. But oh, that was pulled away really nicely. That was there to be hit first of all. And Limansa says, thank you so much.
Yeah, she got off the mark with an educated edge to third man, but this time a long hop and square leg and fine leg both inside the circle. That's not the feel that you need to have. The way she's operating, that length that she is at the minute. Definitely, that's a very dangerous area. Watkins landing it short. This time on the offside. Just a little nudge on the offside. One more delivery to come. Yeah, she'll be very disappointed with the performance, particularly the control that she didn't have when it comes to the length.
It's important you're maintaining the pressure when your bowling partner doing well, especially Jaitley, done outstandingly well. That'll do it. Worked away initially. On the lookout for a single. No is the call by non-striker Nisansala. That's the completion of 32nd, 165 for 5. You can remember, Garmini, when New Zealand A men's team were here, it was the same fate. They started off pretty badly, losing the first game at goal with a huge margin. The second game was slightly better, but the third game was very, very competitive. What was that? Oh my goodness. Having batted so well, went for a wild heave, got the bottom part of the bat, and the skipper does the trick. Jess Watkin coming into the attack and picks up the prize scalp of Nissan Salah. Batted so well for 50 runs off 61 deliveries. She got out. Now Sri Lanka in a bit of a spot.
Yeah, the perfect length that you require on a surface like this. Pitched up, drivable, didn't really lean into that shot. Catches well off her own bowling. So the skip has done the job and got rid of the set batter. Suddenly, Sri Lankans got relatively 2 new batters in the crease, Dhammika. So this could go either way. Plenty to play for still. Most part of 18 overs to be bowled. Tansala goes for well completed 50 off 62. Sri Lanka 165 for 6.
Debbie Vihanga touring with Sri Lanka to Bangladesh. All-rounder herself. Bowls very useful off spinners and down the order. Destructive. It'll be interesting to see her approach. She got the experience. This is the time for her to apply. Dig deep. Less than 18 overs still remaining, which means they got to play things out sensibly.
Yeah, I've seen them bat before. Very strong onside player. She can hit a long ball. There are 3 fielders on the or 2 on the onside, deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. 3 inside the circle. On the back foot, works it behind. Looking for a single. This is a very good over from the skipper from Northern Brave. Just Watkin leading from the front.
As Watkin knows exactly which area to bowl at. There you go. Not fuller, not very short. Kept the batsman checking. Better checking rather. And Domi, someone who likes to get on with things. You mentioned very aggressive. Bet up the order when she was playing for Sri Lanka under 19s. Opened the innings and excellent over. Wicket and a single. Tossed it up. Eyes lit up and Nissan Salah went for a big heave, but only mistakes she made was playing at the bowler, and well taken. That was powerfully struck. Sri Lanka 5 down, 6 down rather, for 166. Batting so far, Wishmi batted well for 23. Kawindi was looking very good for big one, just 45. And Nissan Salah having batted so well, we were hoping that she went on to goes on to play a big inning, not to be. And few low scores, experienced batters not rising to the occasion. That one came off the outside edge. Square the batsman up. Trying to play that one on the onside towards mid-wicket region.
Yeah, good move from the New Zealanders. To me, the most successful bowler thus far in this innings, Knight, who picked up the first 2 wickets, being brought back into the attack because they see an opening here. 2 new batters. There's a slip in place. Good decision that. Coming round the wicket. Oh. Just a deft little nudge onto the offside. We'll pick up a single. Yeah, very important period this, Dhammika. This could go either way. The next 5 overs or so.
This will definitely tell the fate of this innings for Sri Lankans. They were looking good to reach 260, even go beyond that. But right now, having lost 6 wickets, they were badly needing to stitch out a partnership. Deumi, definitely capable, experience on our side. Very strong onside player. Shuffles to her offside, like to work the ball on the onside each and every time, even against the faster bowlers. Just as you mentioned, the most successful bowler, Knight, brilliant. She made the breakthroughs, stemmed the flow of runs. That's the name of the game when it comes to one-dayers.
Yeah, unlike any other formats in women's cricket, there are only 2 power plays. The first 10 overs, 2 fielders outside the circle. Then from 10th to 50th over, you're allowed to have 4. So it's the middle part of the innings. Any coaching unit likes to see set batters batting through that middle part, particularly from the 30th to maybe the 42nd, 43rd over. But when it comes to Sri Lanka, they've got relatively 2 batters now. So New Zealand are looking to put the screws on and get a good bowling partnership, get 4 or 5 overs together. For the very first time, the run rate has gone under 5.
Understandably, wickets are the key. Sri Lanka losing too many experienced campaigners, not standing up. And it's up to these 2 now. Coming down the track, played it well. There's protection in the deep. They will definitely come back for the second, needing a better throw than that. Even then, it's a fairly decent over, just 4 runs off. Run rate back up again. 5 per over after 34, 170 for 6.
Well, the Sri Lankan batting, after winning the toss, electing to bat first, off to a good start. Vishmi Gunaratne, 23, carving the 45 or 61. I thought she could have played a much more longer, gave a wicket away. Vimuksha Balasuriya was out early. Nisansala, the last out, once again caught and bowled after getting to a half century, a good half century that was. And they've lost too many wickets probably at this stage. Well, 2 for 32 to Black. She's come back strongly in a second spell. Knight has been outstanding, 2 for 25. Well supported by Jet Li as well. And through the middle period, the spinners have managed to put on the brakes and pick up wickets. So Knight, there you go. It's a bigger pardon, it's a Watkin now. Knight has picked up 2 wickets. Watkin back into the attack. 1 for 24 for her. Into a 7th over has been measly. One slip in position, I like this. Attacking Limansa Tilakaratne. They're on top New Zealand now. They must look to try and bowl out Sri Lanka as soon as possible. Try and keep picking up wickets. Playing it late, unable to beat the offside field. Interesting place we're in the game at the moment. They run a couple of good wickets for New Zealand and they've come back into the game, isn't it? Yeah, that's brilliantly bowled. Beautifully bowled. Gets a bit of turn as well.
Yeah, all credits to the New Zealand bowlers. They have kept their calm, including the skipper. They really attacked well and they are right on top at this stage. Limansa are playing the field. Now this is good. They'll get back for a 2nd run. Experience will matter now. Limansa, she has played a lot of cricket around the world, so she will need to bring in all the experience. And especially Ricky, just a point to make here. She was fabulous during the under-19 team in Australia. She played some brilliant knocks, couple of half centuries, winning knocks, wickets with the ball in hand as well.
Yeah, 35 done, 172 for 6. So 172 for 6. Limansa Tilakaratne has moved to 11. Devmi, she certainly can bat. We remember a couple of years ago when there was a triangular series under 19 Sri Lanka, Australia and England down at Hambantota. And then at Galle, Devmi opened the batting for the Sri Lanka under 19s. So she's very capable with the bat. Good young all-rounder. And Sri Lanka A team now need a partnership here between these two. Limansa Tilakaratne, he's high on confidence, successful tour, like Iran mentioned, to Australia with the under-19s, runs behind her name, wickets behind her name, catches behind her name. She's very good in the field, working hard on her game, and it's good to see her, coming up quickly. Has grown in stature over the last 1.5 years. Her game has improved so much more. And saw them about last week practicing at the Colombo Oval. That's where the women's team practice, the youngsters, and a lot of hard work for preparation for this tournament as well, or this series. And had a chat with the young Limansa Tilakaratne there then at the Oval, and she was, eager, looking forward to this New Zealand A series, looking forward to the opportunities, and how they enjoyed the tour of Australia. The wickets were different as well, and beat Australia quite convincingly in most of the games, winning that series. And when you have runs behind your name, Iran, at a different country, different venue, that gives you a lot of confidence, isn't it?
Absolutely. She has managed to carry through the form during the past maybe a month and a half so. But at this stage, it's completely a different situation. Sri Lanka 173 for 6. Got off to a good start. Couple of partnerships, but unfortunately not being able to continue the good work. But all credits to the New Zealand bowlers. They really managed to pull things back. Last 30 deliveries. Just the 18, in fact, 21 runs, 18 dot deliveries.
Yeah, it's been a successful passage for the New Zealanders. Knight has been the pick of the bowlers, without doubt. She is the one who made the inroads after that very good opening stand. 2 for 26. She's used the angle really well, especially to the left-handers. She's preferred bowling to the left-handers. This Sri Lankan lineup has a lot of left-handers. And Knight has, done well against the left-handers, using the crease really well. She's always been on the stumps. There you go. No room outside the off stump for Tilakaratne to put that away. Just a single off that over. Very good one from Knight. 36 done, 173 for 6.
Well, 40 minutes back, you wouldn't have thought that New Zealanders will be on top, but this is the beauty of this game, isn't it? Like, things can turn completely on your favor within a short period of time.
It doesn't matter what the format is, Iran. Wickets always pulls you back, isn't it? You could see the run rate was well over 5 for almost 30 odd overs, and now it has dropped down below 5 runs per over. So it doesn't matter what the format, even in the shortest formats like T20 cricket, you pick up wickets. That puts a stranglehold on the run rate. Goes big. Has she got the distance? Certainly she has. Now this is what I was talking about. Deumi likes to play her shots. She's powerfully built. She opened the batting for Sri Lanka under 19 in the power plays, and she was really good a couple of years ago. And she's showcasing her skills here as well.
Well, that was a cracking shot. Yes, she played across the line, but she was well aware of what she was doing. Mid-wicket and mid-on, inside the circle. No risk involved. Beautiful flow of the arms. No fielders behind square. Using all her experience to break the shackles. Now, that's a shot that will get them out of the situation they are currently in.
To the leg side, that will be called a wide. Trying the slow delivery there, Rowe. Trying to roll her fingers over that one. So far, she hasn't been at her best in this game. Expensive as well. Into a 7th over, has gone for 39. She's their most senior bowler, experienced campaigner. But she hasn't been at her best so far in this game. Now that's what I was just going to say, that's what I would like to see from her, because she's tall. I would like to see her hitting the deck a bit more, going a bit short on length. She's been too full. And the batters, in the power play we saw Vishmi Gunaratne and Kavindi going after her, and now even Deumi.
Well, there you go, the short delivery. As you rightly mentioned, Ricky, they need to try and use this short delivery a lot, because the surface still has a little bit of bounce on offer for the faster bowlers. So they need to maximize that.
This is much better. You see, soon as she's gone short, Deumi is a bit hesitant. Deumi likes the ball full, likes to hit over the infield. That's why I thought that a Rover missed a trick, especially with her height. It's got a bit gloomy. We had some sun out. There's a bit of a dark cloud that has come over towards the left of us. We hope that there will be no rain. The rains will stay away. Yes, the weather forecast hasn't been good for this week overall right around the country. But for cricket's sake, we hope that the game goes on as long as possible. Short and wide. Limansa Tilakaratne will be disappointed. She didn't put that away. That was an all-run scoring opportunity.
They probably got the direction wrong there, Ro, trying to probably attack her, but ending up bowling it outside the off stump with the point fielder inside the circle. Limansa Tilakaratne would be kicking herself. She missed out on an opportunity. scoring opportunity, in fact.
That would be called a wide, is it? No, gets away with it, Rove. 7 off that over, 8 off that over, in fact, with the wide. 37 completed, 181 for 6. Yeah, we are coming to you live on several platforms, of course. But in this game, you could watch the game wherever you are. Log into YouTube on Sporty.lk, other parts of the world, or Sri Lanka Cricket as well. The official YouTube channel of Sri Lanka Cricket. If you're watching from overseas, on your TVs, on Supreme TV, on Dialog TV, POTV, both. Not forgetting on the Talent TV, www.talenttv.com. And that's 4 runs. That's spanked by Deumi. Slightly too short by Jet Li. Picked up the length early. Placement absolutely perfect.
Now she's a batter who will really dominate you if she gets it on a length. There you go. Dragged it short, rocked onto the back foot and hammered it. That's pure power, isn't it? Look at that. No protection. Diving effort goes in vain. Sliding across the turf, but very well done by the batter to get it past the boundary. And she comes back with a jabber. Beautiful delivery outside the off stump, inviting Deumi to come onto the front foot, but the ball holding its line. Well, the Sri Lankan spinners would be biting their lips, Ricky. The surface looks like there is something for the spinners.
No doubt about it. There's a bit of a turn as well. Slow turn. And Jet Li, to me, Zara Jet Li has bowled really well. Floated that one up. Tease in Deumi. Come and hit me if you can. She lets it go through. "12 overs remaining after this. Looking to drive down the ground. She just pulled a bit of a muscle there. Trying to feel that last delivery.
Well, anything about 250, it's probably going to be challenging for the New Zealanders. There you go. Just a little bit of a niggle, probably.
There you go. There, I twisted her left leg while she was looking to turn around. Twisted it a bit. Would have had a bit of pain. Shot again. Too slow though. Deumi couldn't get the power behind that. That was very slow and kept low as well. But still manages a single. 38 done, 186 for 6.
Rowe will continue. She has bowled 7 overs so far, 40 runs given away. But currently, once again, these two batters trying to put up a partnership. 12 more overs left. 21 of 35 deliveries for the 7th wicket so far.
Goes for the pull. Lands her safely. So Rove now, like I mentioned in the last over, is continuing to bowl short. And that's the correct length, I feel, for her. because of her height. When she bowls too full, the Sri Lankan batters certainly prefer that length, the fullish length. Not so comfortable with the short ball. We'll see how she goes about to Limansa Tilakaratne. The last two balls of that last over were short and wide, but outside the off stump. She needs to get a direction right to the left-hander. There you go, similar one as of the last over.
Well, looking at the field, it's very obvious that she's going to go hard into the surface. The mid-on and the mid-off fielders inside the circle. There is a short extra cover and a catching mid-wicket as well. So the boundary riders, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, a deep third man and a deep cover. So it's pretty evident that she's going to go bang, bang. It's very important to see how Limansa would negotiate this. She pulls, but she manages to get it past the field. Oh, that's poor bit of fielding. That was absolutely disappointing. That should have been just the one run. That'll really take the pressure off. They have been tightening the buttons. But now look at this.
There you go. It was in the air for a while, away from the fielder. She should have cut that one off right through her. Knight it is. She'll be disappointed because she's been good. She stopped a couple of boundaries earlier on in the game as well. But she'll be disappointed in that one. Plays it very late, very close to her body. Not in control, that one. But Limansa Tilakaratne will take it. She's off strike. It's a real challenge to the youngster. Still under 19 player. Playing against a senior professional bowler like Rowe, who has played 60 women's ADI games for New Zealand. So this is a challenge, and the Sri Lankan youngsters are so far standing up to the challenge. Slow delivery, very watchfully played.
If you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from the Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. The first one-day game between Sri Lanka A women's team and the New Zealand A women's team. Sri Lanka winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Got off to a good start, 60-plus runs after 10 overs without losing a wicket. But New Zealanders pulling things back. The weather has been quite okay so far. There was a little bit of sunshine, but few clouds running around the grounds at this stage. That completes another over.
So Knight is back into the attack. We just saw that one over from Jet Li there. I hope she hasn't hurt her leg. She was in a bit of discomfort. So they opt in for seam here, the New Zealanders. A quick run in between the wickets. These two have managed to spring up a partnership, much needed. Because they lost a couple of wickets quickly in a heap. They needed some stabilization, left and right hand combination. They've done well. Rashmika Sew wanted to come, so they have a bit more batting in their lineup.
It's very important for these two batters to continue. Probably rotate the strike, look for those twos, hit the odd boundary. Stay out there until the 45th over. But on the other hand, the New Zealanders, they will try to wrap things off as soon as possible. Just a wicket here would really open the doors, would get in the all-rounders, the bowlers into the action, and it will be just a matter of time. But as of now, these two batters have really negotiated this session well after the flourish of those few wickets.
Well, that's the one for the overseas umpire Hemant Boteju. It's called wide as well. So Knight going for the short delivery. Strong offside field. 5 on the offside, 1 deep on the sweeper cover boundary. Deumi looking to go through that mid-wicket region. That's a favorite shot, that pick-up shot over mid-wicket square leg region. Well, the sky doesn't look too good. It's got quite cloudy. We could see the ground staff just going towards the covers in preparation if there is any rain at all. Still, there is no rain, but they are getting ready because it's dark on one side of the ground, unfortunately. We just hope that the rains do not come. That's down the leg side. That's 4 runs. Is it wide? Yet it is. It was a full toss as well, but the direction gone wrong. So complimentary runs here for Sri Lanka.
Well, that was very unfortunate. That was a loose delivery. That just kept going away from the left-hand batter. 5 extra runs. You could call them bonus runs to Sri Lanka at this stage. They really need runs. 200 up on the board for the women in blue. Well, as Ricky did mention, looks like the sky is turning dark. The weather gods probably deciding to open the windows of heaven, but not to the liking of the cricketing fans. But it has been the story for the past few days as well. We were just having a chat with the groundsman around 1:32 p.m. on a daily basis. We have had showers here in Dambulla, so probably it might be the same today as well, even though we wouldn't like to see it.
Yeah, the partnership is building up. So is the cloud cover. 200 on the board. It's been a very good performance. Over 35 of 46 between Limansa Tilakaratna and Deumi. And they've got their runs at a very good rate. Once again, the current run rate is above 5. Driving through the offside. Looking pretty. Another single to the total. Quite a long over that one. A couple of wides from Knight. 40 done. 201 for 6.
$200 on the board for Sri Lanka. 201 for 6. There you go. That's a closer look at the clouds and the skies. How it's looking like at the moment. Pretty gloomy though. Dark clouds. There you go. That's the left of our screen. So that's where the danger area is. That's where the dark clouds are making its way towards the ground. Now, when we were talking to the groundsmen, what they did mention was from the left, from where we are, it's that area the clouds would gather. And if the clouds make its way to the ground from that part of the sky, things will not be looking good.
You see, behind the scenes, Iran has done some research on the weather and how to read the weather forecast as well. As that's eased away through the offside, just using the pace of the bowler. A boundary to Deumi gets into the 20s. Black back into the attack, replacing Rowe. That was a good shot, played it late, good hands. Just using the pace at the last moment, just taking it off the keeper's gloves and picking up a boundary.
She has made some delightful stroke, isn't it? That was a genuine professional cricketing shot. Beautifully executed.
Oh, lovely, great area.
Black running in hard, just trying the slow delivery. The partnership now 41 of 50. It's come at a good rate. Deumi 23 of 28. Limansa 19 of 27. Goes big. There you go. Is it into the gap? Yes, it is. The fielder couldn't get there in time. She likes that area, that part of the field, Deumi. And soon as you bowl it full, she picks up the length quickly.
Beautiful shot once again, dragging it from outside the off stump, but that's her strong zone. Over mid-wicket, the long on fielder, putting in the dive. But still, she had generated more power that the ball had enough legs to cross the ropes. Nicely executed. It has been a expensive over so far, a couple of boundaries for Deumi.
That's through the offside as well. That could be 4 runs. No chase in that one. As soon as she beats the infield, it's 4 runs all the way because she hits the ball really hard, Deumi. And this has been an excellent innings.
Keeping aside the rain, it's raining boundaries here at Dambulla. 3 boundaries on the trot so far in this over. Deumi really dominating, really giving the bowlers a punch. Mid off an extra cover inside the circle, and it was always 4 runs written all over it once it got past the 30-yard circle.
So that's a good over for Sri Lanka. 41 done, 214 for 6.
Well, 2 youngsters deserve so much of credit. When Sri Lanka needing it the most, after losing 6 wickets, they were tottering a bit. Limansa Tilakaratne 19. Deumi looks fantastic. Gamini joined me once again.
Yeah, 165 for 6, Dhammika. For these 2 batters, there's a job in hand, but haven't they done it nicely? One thing they've been able to do is to maintain the run rate as well. They played the field just like that. Coming back to the second now. Decided against that. Yeah, that's what she has been doing, Limansa. That's not a good sign. When the ground staff is just around that boundary line, that is the worst thing that you can see as a spectator or a player, because they are the ones who know about this ground and the climate and the weather and from where the clouds are coming. So definitely the rain is in the horizon. That's why they are so alert.
They knows it better than the Met department. I can tell you, they are feeling it. Meanwhile, Deumi Vihanga gets it over the infield, over mid-wicket region. Will they come back for the second? No, they want 2-1-6. With this wonderful partnership, Sri Lanka once again laid out a solid foundation for a big finish. They also sensing the necessity of quick runs. DL Pasco might come into play later on if the game continues. All in all, how about that? No runs though. Too much of risk, one would argue. But this day and age, you see that almost always. So much of white ball cricket, so much of T20. Now it has become a part of every format.
Yeah, nice single. Yeah, Limansa has done that well. She has definitely played her part. 21 of 30. She has given the strike to Deumi, who has been the senior partner in this partnership. Projected score, Dhammika 261. Yeah, that is definitely something to bowl at on a 60-yard boundary on a pitch. That is assisting the bowlers a little.
With Sri Lanka got few quality bowlers in their ranks, the likes of Deumi Vihanga, young Chamodi Praboda. I'm very excited to see how she operates on this surface. Once again, skipper Watkin back into the attack She got that knack of breaking partnership. Slower through the air, tossing it up, just like that. There you go. Just as I mentioned, a dolly of a catch. Master strike.
Yeah, the ball that has went with the arm. Deumi was looking to hoik towards the cow corner, maybe mid-on. Coming from round the wicket, the angle did it. Yeah, she'll be very disappointed. Still plenty of overs to be bowled. Just a tick under 8 overs. I think that will be a key moment in this game. There you are. Leading edge. That's a second caught and bowled for the skipper. And this is what an important one that could be with the wicket of Deumi. 32 of 33. Sri Lanka 217 for 7.
There you go. This wonderful live coverage researches you through plenty of avenues. As usual on Sri Lanka Cricket official YouTube channel, Tv.lk, bringing out this live coverage on OTT platform. Locally, Supreme TV, free to air on Pure Sport, channel number 13, and on Dialogue TV, channel number 12. Free Sat taking you this coverage on channel number 17. Sandbricks taking the coverage on OTT platform globally. And on Sporty.lk right throughout the world. New batsman Rashmika Sewandi, energetic, ideally suited, but she wouldn't mind having lesser number of overs short of a dasher. After 42, 217 for 7. Watkin once again does the trick. Skipper knew exactly what's required. Nice little partnership in progress. Debuvihanga looking dangerous. Brought herself on. Picked up a wicket. Once again putting the brakes on scoring. Based on what we've seen so far, there you go. Weather readers, the ground staff, they know what's coming. They were there just about 5 to 10 minutes ago. And the umpire said it's time to bring on the covers. Sri Lanka 217 for 7. Liman Satileka on 21 of 30 deliveries, and Rashmika Sewandi faced just a single delivery. Run rate is excellent, so is the projected scores 259. Sri Lanka will take that. But right now, as you can see, the ground staff getting themselves busy covering the pitches. And we are hoping that the weather clears up very, very quickly. I thought arriving at Dambulla, having seen the weather patterns, we didn't expect to start on time. Heavy rains yesterday, and the ground staff done a fantastic job. I'm thinking they pretty much covered 75% of the playing field at least. So, huge credit. Once again, it's the time to take the opportunity of reminding you through which channels you can join this wonderful live coverage. This live production coming your way courtesy of Talent TV and available on talenttv.lk OTT platform locally. On Sri Lanka Cricket official YouTube, as always, Supreme TV taking this lovely coverage across the country free to air. On Dialogue TV channel number 12. On SLT PO TV channel number 13. And internationally, Sandbricks taking these pictures across the globe on an OTT platform. And Fancourt taking those pictures across India, and Sporty.lk taking this lovely coverage across the world apart from India and Sri Lanka. So plenty of ways for you to join, but right now we are having a look at Sri Lanka's batting. Excellent opening wicket stand. Kavindi 45, Vishmi 23. Nisansala batted outstandingly well, looking for a big one, but unfortunately out. Down the line, outstanding partnership between young Liman Sathilekaratne not out on 21, and Devmi just got out after playing so well for 32 runs. Few lusty blows, 2 huge sixes over mid-wicket region. That's her playing pattern. 34 extras, little too much. They were wayward to start off the innings. 217 for 7. Sri Lanka the happier side right now.
Yeah, New Zealand bowlers, well, I don't think they had the control that they would have liked, especially when it comes to that early piece. Black bowled in 3 spells, 2 for 45. Hanaro opted into that short ball method, 8 for 46. He's gone for plenty. Jetley and Knight steadied the innings. So did Watkin. I thought the best out of the bowlers, 2 for 29. 2 for Knight. But the thing that they concern them mostly in this innings, Dhammika, is that left bottom corner, the extras, 34. That's way too high for a 50-over format.
I'm sure that's an area they want to correct themselves approaching next set of games. 2 one-dayers and 3 T20s during this tour. All of them right here at RDICS. Sri Lanka lost 7 wickets, and this is how Sri Lanka lost those 7 wickets. It was an outstanding first wicket stand for the Sri Lankans. And after that, here are the wickets. Vishmi Gunaratne, faint touch down the leg side, inside edge. That was a jaffer. Would have taken anybody's wicket. And having played so well, Sanjana Kawandi, a skier, how about that for acrobatic stuff? Bit of a nothing shot, straight to the mid-wicket fielder, short mid-wicket fielder rather. And chasing that one way outside the off-stump, skipper Perishus. Bit of a nothing shot once again. Partnership breaker, skipper Watkin. And this is the final wicket to have fallen. Caught and ball on the second occasion. Right now, the pitch is under covers. And we are taking this opportunity to watch Nisansala's magnificent half century. Very strong on the onside, especially through deep backward square leg region. Front of the square. That slog sweep. Fantastic. There you go. Very strong region. But unfortunately, not a big score, 50 nevertheless. Outstanding stuff. What we'll do right now is take a small break. As soon as we got an update, we'll come back live. Welcome back to Rangiri Dumble International Cricket Stadium. I'm afraid the news isn't a good one. It was a bright start for the Sri Lankans, but as per the weather forecast, rain came around 1:20 p.m. and play couldn't be continued. Sri Lanka winning the toss, deciding to bat first, put up a very decent score as you can see on your screen. Best part of the ground is under covers as we are looking at the batting card. Bishmi Gunaratne, it was a bright start, recovering from injury, 23 of 39 deliveries. Kavindi batted superbly, 45. And Nisansala batted really well, youngster, improved tremendously, 50 of 62. And Sri Lanka were in a bit of a spot. Liman Satilekaratne together with Demi Vihanga batted really, really well and built up a partnership, taken them out of trouble. When the rain came, after 42 overs, they were 217 for 7, well placed. Bowling for the New Zealand A, Black 2 for 45, done seriously well. And Knight was the pick of the bowlers together with skipper Watkin, picking up 2 wickets for 29 runs. All in all, apart from conceding too many extras and conceding too many freebies, they've done relatively well. They've improved as the innings progresses, but unfortunately, play couldn't be continued. As you can see, the best part of the ground still under covers and surrounding areas, plenty of water, and the officials confirmed that the match is officially called off, and this is the opportunity for us to have a look at the highlights of the proceedings. Bishmi Gunaratne taken control early stages, and Sanjana Kavindi playing some delightful shots. Perfect piece of timing there by Bishmi Gunaratne. Sanjana, that's her favorite area. They timed their shots really nicely. Unfortunate dismissal, and that was a jaffa to get Vimoksha Balasuriya, youngster, not too many runs. And this young lady Nisansala batted superbly. Whenever loose stuff is in offer, she took the maximum advantage, and from time to time Sanjana Kavindi coming down the track and played some shots with authority, but one too many. Very exciting piece of celebration by the bowler there, Kshara Jaitley. Black picks up another wicket, searching for outside edge, way outside the off stump in fact. Nisansala continued on her merry way, but after getting to fine half century, caught and bowled by the skipper. And Liman Satilekaratne together with experienced Demi Vihanga stitching out a partnership, taken Sri Lanka out of trouble, put them in a strong position after 42 overs. That's the final dismissal. That's when the heavens opened up. Pitch were undercover for an extensive period, plenty of water, and there's no way play could be continued, and it's been made official. So, unfortunately, that's the end of the first one-day match between New Zealand A and Sri Lanka A. The next match is scheduled to be played on the 15th. Should be an exciting one. We are planning to meet you right here at Rangiri Dumble International Cricket Stadium, and we are hoping for clear weather, and all in all, few exciting matches lined up. So until we meet you again with exciting cricket, it's time to say goodbye from Dumble until we catch you with exciting sporting action. Goodbye.
Yeah.